Chapter 14. The Hidden Crypt. 3 days after breaking the blood sigils, an uneasy calm had settled over Ravnvik. The villagers, freed from their enchantment, moved through their daily routines with wary vigilance, casting suspicious glances at strangers and gathering in hushed conversations that fell silent when outsiders approached. Many wore protective amulets, hastily crafted from rowan wood and sea salt. Folk remedies against magical influence that had been largely forgotten until recent events revived their memory. Iskra had remained largely secluded in Agatha's cottage, recovering from the immense expenditure of energy the counter-ritual had required. The silver lines that had appeared on her skin during her confrontation with Silvain had stabilized, no longer burning, but maintaining a subtle luminescence that pulsed with a rhythm slightly different from her heartbeat. They formed intricate patterns between the original blue-black markings of her bloodline and the crimson channels created by her communion with the source, creating connections that altered how energy flowed through her transformed body. She sat by the hearth, examining these new markings with troubled fascination. Each significant magical working seemed to change her further, adapting her physical form to channel increasingly complex energies. The process felt both natural and deeply unsettling. Evolution, accelerated beyond normal human experience, guided by forces she only partially understood. "They've stabilized," Elias observed, entering the cottage with an armful of firewood. He had been dividing his time between supporting Iskra's recovery and helping maintain order in the village, where his military background and calm authority had proven valuable in preventing panic from turning to violence. "Yes," Iskra confirmed, pulling her sleeve down to cover the markings. "The burning has stopped, but they're still active, connected to something." She hadn't told him about the vision she'd experienced, the glimpse of Silvain in a chamber beneath the manor, working with patterns that matched the silver lines now etched into her skin. The connection felt too intimate, too disturbing to share fully, even with Elias. He set the wood beside the hearth, his grey eyes studying her with the careful attention that had become habitual since her transformation began. Connected to him, he surmised, not needing to specify who him was. Iskra nodded reluctantly. "I think so, though not in the way the blood sigils control the villagers. This is more reciprocal, a channel rather than a compulsion." "Which could be more dangerous," Elias pointed out, settling into the chair opposite hers. "Compulsion can be recognized and resisted. Connection is subtler, more insidious." The assessment was uncomfortably accurate. Whatever link had been established between her and Silvain during their confrontation, it operated on a level beyond ordinary magical influence. A resonance between similar energies, rather than an external force imposing its will. "I need to understand what he's planning," Iskra said, voicing the conclusion she had been approaching for days. "These connections, the blood sigils, the changes in my abilities, they're all part of something larger, something I've been drawn into without fully understanding the implications." Elias's expression tightened, though he kept his voice measured. "You're suggesting confronting him directly, after he attempted to enchant an entire village, after he used blood magic that could have permanently altered the minds of everyone in Ravnvik?" "Not confronting," Iskra clarified. "Investigating. There's a chamber beneath the manor, a place where he conducts workings more significant than what he's shown me during our lessons." This much she could share without revealing the specifics of her vision. If I can access that chamber, I might find evidence of his true purpose. And how do you propose to access this hidden chamber? Elias asked, his tone making it clear he already anticipated and disapproved of her answer. Through the connection that already exists, she replied, gesturing to her covered arms, where the silver lines pulse beneath her clothing. These markings respond to his energy, to the patterns he's working with. They could lead me to the chamber, help me bypass whatever protections he's established. Elias leaned forward, his expression intensely serious. You're suggesting using a connection he created, possibly deliberately, to infiltrate his sanctuary. Have you considered that this might be exactly what he wants? That the connection might be an invitation rather than something to be exploited against him? The possibility had indeed occurred to Iskra, adding to her unease about the silver markings. Yet she saw few alternatives. If I do nothing, I remain ignorant of his plans while being increasingly bound to them through these connections. At least by investigating directly, I might gain understanding that allows me to make informed choices rather than being led blindly. Her reasoning was sound, but Elias remained unconvinced. At minimum, you shouldn't go alone, he insisted. Whatever you discover there, having support could make the difference between escape and capture. Iskra considered his suggestion carefully. Having Elias accompany her would provide practical advantages. His combat training, his strategic thinking, his immunity to the kind of magical influence that had affected the villagers. But it would also place him in direct danger from powers he couldn't fully comprehend or counter. Your presence might trigger defenses designed specifically against ordinary humans, she pointed out. Protections I might be able to bypass because of these. She touched her arm where the silver lines pulsed beneath her sleeve. I've faced magical defenses before, he countered. During my time with the Order, I'm not without resources or experience in such matters. His determination was evident, rooted in both concern for her safety and a soldier's unwillingness to allow others to face danger alone. Iskra recognized that arguing further would likely be futile, and truthfully, the thought of confronting whatever lay beneath the manor without his steady presence was more daunting than she cared to admit. Very well, she conceded. But we approach with extreme caution. At the first sign that your presence is triggering defenses, I can't counter, you withdraw. This isn't about pride or proving capability, it's about survival and gathering information. Elias nodded, accepting her terms without argument. When do we go? Tonight, Iskra decided. After midnight, when the village is asleep, and any activity at the manor is likely to be minimal. The hours until midnight passed, with tense preparation. Iskra gathered materials that might prove useful. Protective herbs, sea salt, small crystals charged with specific energies. Elias checked and rechecked the weapons he would carry. A short sword concealed beneath his cloak, several knives positioned for quick access, a crossbow small enough to be hidden, yet powerful enough to be effective at close range. Agatha, informed of their plan, provided additional supplies. Salves that promoted healing, powders that could temporarily blind or disorient, tinctures that enhanced strength or speed for brief periods. The old healer's practical approach to magical matters had proven invaluable throughout their ordeal. Her centuries of accumulated knowledge offering solutions where more esoteric approaches might fail. Be wary of thresholds, she advised as they prepared to depart. In places of power, crossing from one space to another often triggers changes or reveals truths hidden in ordinary perception. Pause before each doorway, each transition, and ensure you're prepared for what might await beyond. It was sound counsel, reflecting wisdom gained through long experience with the subtle workings of magical places. Iskra nodded, adding this caution to her mental preparation for what lay ahead. As midnight approached, they set out from the cottage, moving silently through the sleeping village toward the coastal path that led to the manor on the promontory. The night was clear but moonless, stars providing just enough light to navigate without revealing their presence to any who might be watching. The manor stood silhouetted against the night sky, its weathered stone facade taking on an ominous quality in the darkness. No lights showed in its windows, no movement disturbed its apparent abandonment. Yet Iskra sensed activity beneath the surface, energies moving in patterns too subtle for ordinary perception to detect. "There's power flowing here," she murmured as they approached the building's eastern side, where her enhanced senses detected the weakest defenses. Not just passive wards, but active workings in progress. Elias nodded, his hand resting on the hilt of his concealed sword. "Can you determine their nature or purpose?" Iskra extended her perception cautiously, allowing the silver lines on her skin to resonate with the energies surrounding the manor. "Preparation," she said after a moment. "Something is being made ready, something significant." The impression aligned with what she had sensed in her vision. Silvain preparing for some major working, one that involved patterns matching the silver lines now etched into her skin. The coincidence strengthened her conviction that investigating was necessary, whatever the risks might be. They found an entrance, a servant's door on the eastern side, its lock responding to a careful application of energy channeled through Iskra's transformed hands. The door opened silently, revealing a narrow corridor that led deeper into the manor's ground floor. Following Agatha's advice, they paused at this first threshold, Iskra extending her senses to detect any changes or challenges that might await them beyond. The energies flowing through the manor seemed to take no notice of their entrance, continuing in patterns focused elsewhere, deeper within the structure, below ground level. "This way," Iskra whispered, guided by the resonance between the silver lines on her skin and the energies flowing through hidden channels in the manor's construction. "There's a passage leading downward near the center of the building." They moved cautiously through darkened corridors, passing rooms filled with artifacts and books that radiated subtle power. Unlike Iskra's previous visits, when members of the Sisterhood had been present in various parts of the manor, tonight the building seemed deserted, or at least its occupants were gathered elsewhere, focused on whatever working was in progress. Near what appeared to be the manor's central hall, Iskra detected a concentration of energy flowing downward through the floor. Examining the area carefully, she discovered a mechanism concealed within an ornate pillar. A lever disguised as a decorative element that, when activated, caused a section of the floor to slide silently aside, revealing a staircase descending into darkness. "The hidden chamber," she murmured, the silver lines on her skin pulsing more rapidly in proximity to this entrance. "What I sensed is down there." Elias studied the opening with professional assessment. Narrow stairs, single file only. Defensible from below, but vulnerable from above. If we're discovered and need to retreat, this becomes a bottleneck. The tactical observation was valid, highlighting the danger of their position should their presence be detected. Yet Iskra felt compelled to continue, drawn by both the need for information and the increasingly insistent resonance between the silver markings and whatever lay below. "We proceed with extreme caution," she said, preparing to descend. "I'll go first. My abilities may provide warning of any defenses or traps." Elias clearly disliked this arrangement, but recognized its practical necessity. He nodded, readying his crossbow, as Iskra began the descent into darkness. The staircase spiraled downward for what felt like hundreds of steps, taking them far below the manor's foundations into what must be natural caverns beneath the promontory. The air grew cooler and damper as they descended, carrying scents of salt and stone, and something else, something ancient and not entirely natural. When they finally reached the bottom, they found themselves in a narrow passage carved from the living rock, its walls inscribed with symbols that glowed faintly with their own inner light. Iskra recognized some from texts Silvain had shown her, ancient runes representing concepts like boundary, containment, and preservation. "These are protective inscriptions," she whispered to Elias, who followed close behind her. "Designed to maintain conditions within whatever space lies beyond, to prevent deterioration or escape." "Escape of what?" he asked, his voice equally low. "I don't know," she admitted. "But these symbols are typically used for containing entities or energies that might otherwise dissipate or transform if left unbound." The passage continued for perhaps 50 paces before ending at a massive door, made of what appeared to be solid silver, its surface engraved with intricate patterns that matched the markings now etched into Iskra's skin. The resonance between these patterns and her silver lines intensified as she approached, creating a sensation like silent music vibrating through her transformed body. "This is it," she said, studying the door with growing unease. "The chamber I sensed." Elias examined the door with careful attention, noting the absence of visible hinges or handles. "How does it open?" In answer, Iskra raised her hand toward the door's surface, allowing the silver lines on her skin to align with the matching patterns engraved in the metal. As the resonance between them peaked, the massive door began to move, sliding silently into a recess in the wall, without any apparent mechanism driving its motion. Beyond lay a vast chamber carved from the bedrock beneath the promontory, its ceiling lost in shadows above, its walls lined with alcoves containing artifacts of evident power and significance. Crystal lamps positioned at intervals provided soft illumination that seemed to concentrate toward the chamber's center, where a raised dais supported what could only be described as a sarcophagus. The container was massive, easily 7 feet long and 3 feet wide, and appeared to be carved from a single block of obsidian so pure it seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. Its surface was inscribed with runes similar to those in the passage, but more complex, more specific in their apparent purpose. And standing before this sarcophagus, his back to the entrance, was Silvain. He turned as they entered, his perfect features showing no surprise at their presence, only a slight smile that suggested their arrival had been anticipated rather than feared. "Iskra Valen," he greeted her, his melodious voice echoing slightly in the vast chamber. "And her faithful shadow. I wondered when curiosity would lead you here." His casual acknowledgement of their intrusion confirmed Iskra's suspicion that the connection established through the silver markings had indeed been deliberate. An invitation rather than something to be exploited against him. "What is this place?" she asked, moving cautiously into the chamber, while signaling Elias to remain near the entrance, maintaining their option for retreat. "The heart of everything," Silvain replied, gesturing expansively to encompass the chamber and its contents. "The culmination of centuries of preparation, of knowledge preserved through ages of ignorance and persecution." He moved aside slightly, allowing them a clearer view of the sarcophagus. Its lid was partially open, revealing glimpses of what lay within. A figure that appeared human in form, but preserved in a state that defied ordinary decomposition. The body, if it could be called that, seemed to exist in a condition between life and death, neither decayed nor truly vital. "Kael Avarna," Silvain said, his voice taking on a reverent quality as he named the sarcophagus's occupant. "Last of the true Magi, master of arts, now forgotten, preserver of knowledge that would otherwise have been lost when the veil between worlds thickened and communion with the source became rare rather than common." The name meant nothing to Iskra, though it clearly held immense significance for Silvain. Elias, however, reacted with visible recognition, his hand tightening on his weapon. "The Devourer," he said, the title carrying clear revulsion. "The one who consumed souls to extend his own existence, who sacrificed thousands to fuel workings that twisted the natural order." Silvain's perfect features composed themselves into an expression of philosophical disagreement. "History written by the victors," he said dismissively. "By those who feared power they couldn't comprehend, who called evil anything that transcended their limited understanding." He turned back to the sarcophagus, his hand hovering just above its partially opened lid. Kyle understood the true nature of existence, that boundaries between individual consciousness are illusions, that what appears as sacrifice from one perspective is merely transformation from another. The justification for atrocity was all too familiar. The same reasoning used by tyrants and fanatics throughout history to excuse actions that violated fundamental human values. Iskra felt revulsion rising within her, coupled with growing alarm at the implications of what she was seeing. "This is a preservation chamber," she said, understanding dawning as she interpreted the runes inscribed on the sarcophagus. Not just for a physical body, but for consciousness, for identity. Silvain nodded, pleased by her perception. Precisely. When Kyle's physical form could no longer sustain his expanded consciousness, he created this vessel, this intermediate state between life and death, to preserve his essential self until conditions allowed for proper resurrection. "Resurrection," Iskra repeated, the word hanging ominously in the chamber's still air. That's what the blood sigils were preparing for, what the pentagram around Ravnvik was designed to facilitate. "A necessary preparation," Silvain confirmed. "Creating a field of receptive energy, a population primed to accept new realities without the resistance ordinary consciousness would offer." He gestured to the silver door through which they had entered. "When you disrupted that working, I was disappointed, but not deterred. There are alternative approaches, less elegant perhaps, but equally effective, given sufficient power properly applied." His green eyes fixed on Iskra with renewed intensity, focusing specifically on her covered arms, where the silver lines pulsed beneath her clothing. "Power you now channel with remarkable efficiency, thanks to our lessons together." The implication sent a chill through Iskra that had nothing to do with the chamber's cool air. "You've been preparing me," she said, the pieces falling into place with terrible clarity. The training, the texts you've shown me, the techniques you've taught, all designed to develop my ability to channel energy from the source. To develop your inheritance, Silvain corrected smoothly. To help you become what your bloodline always intended. A perfect vessel for power beyond ordinary human comprehension. He moved toward her, his movements fluid and graceful, despite the tension now evident in the chamber. The Valen line has always been special, carriers of potential that manifests fully only once in many generations. Your mother possessed a fraction of your capacity, her mother somewhat more. But you, Iskra, you are the culmination, the perfect expression of what the bloodline can produce. The explanation aligned with what Iskra had learned from her mother's grimoire, from Agatha's teachings, from the Sisterhood's records. The Valen women had indeed been powerful practitioners for generations, their abilities passing from mother to daughter with occasional surges of exceptional talent. But Silvain was suggesting something more, something that transcended ordinary inheritance of magical aptitude. "What does this have to do with him?" she asked, gesturing toward the sarcophagus and its preserved occupant. "With Kael of Varna and your plans for resurrection." Silvain's perfect features composed themselves into an expression of patient explanation, as if speaking to a promising student who had missed an obvious connection. "Resurrection requires specific conditions," he said. "A vessel capable of containing expanded consciousness, a source of power sufficient to reanimate what has been preserved, and a catalyst to initiate the transformation from suspended animation to true life." He gestured to the runic markings visible at Iskra's wrists. "Your transformed body provides all three. The runic channels can direct energy with precision impossible for ordinary practitioners. Your connection to the source offers power beyond what could be gathered through conventional means. And the Mandrake," his gaze fixed on the amulet at her throat, "the Mandrake provides the catalyst, the spark that bridges death and life." The full implications of what he was suggesting struck Iskra with horrifying clarity. "You intend to use me to resurrect him," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "To channel energy through these markings, to use the Mandrake's power to serve as the heart of the spell." "Not use," Silvain corrected, his tone suggesting the distinction was significant. "Elevate, transform. What Kael offers isn't merely return from death, but transcendence of the limitations that bind ordinary consciousness to single forms, single perspectives." He moved closer still, his green eyes intense with what appeared to be genuine belief in what he described. "When his consciousness merges with the energies you channel, both are transformed. You won't be consumed or destroyed, Iskra. You'll be expanded, elevated to perception, beyond anything you've experienced, even in your communion with the Source." The vision he presented was seductive in its grandeur, transcendence of ordinary limitations, expansion into something greater than individual human consciousness. Yet beneath the beautiful words, Iskra sensed a fundamental violation: the use of her transformed body and abilities for purposes she hadn't chosen or consented to. "And the cost?" she asked, her voice steadying as anger began to replace shock. "What happens to those whose lives fueled his original preservation? Whose souls, as Elias put it, were consumed to maintain his existence in this intermediate state?" Silvain's expression suggested the question was irrelevant, a concern rooted in limited human perspective, rather than the cosmic understanding he claimed to possess. Transformation always involves change. he said dismissively. Individual identities merging into greater consciousness. Separate streams joining a larger river. What appears as loss from one perspective is integration from another. It was the answer Iskra had expected. Philosophical abstraction, used to justify what, in simpler terms, amounted to sacrifice of the many for the elevation of the few. The same reasoning that had justified the blood sigils affecting Ravnvik's population. The same logic that would excuse whatever harm might come from the resurrection he planned. "And if I refuse?" she asked, though she already anticipated his response. Silvain's perfect features composed themselves into an expression of regretful determination. "The working has already begun," he said, gesturing to the silver lines visible at her wrists. "The connection established, the channels prepared. What remains is merely the final alignment, the focusing of energies already in motion." He extended his hand towards her, palm up in what appeared to be an invitation rather than a threat. "Join willingly, and the transformation will be harmonious. A mutual elevation into something greater than either individual consciousness could achieve alone. Resist, and the process becomes more disruptive, but it proceeds regardless." The claim that she no longer had choice in the matter, that her participation was inevitable rather than voluntary, ignited something fierce within Iskra. The runic markings on her skin flared with responsive heat, the silver lines pulsing rapidly as her anger translated into magical potential. "Nothing is inevitable," she stated, her voice carrying newfound authority. "Especially not the sacrifice of my will to your plans." Energy gathered around her transformed body, responding to her emotional state and focused intention. The silver lines that had connected her to Silvain's working began to shift, their patterns changing as her conscious rejection of his purpose altered their fundamental nature. Silvain's expression changed from confident persuasion to wary reassessment. "Interesting," he murmured, studying the visible changes in the silver markings. "Your will affects the connection more directly than anticipated. Another sign of your exceptional nature." Before the confrontation could escalate further, movement from the entrance caught Iskra's attention. Elias had raised his crossbow, aiming not at Silvain, but at the partially opened sarcophagus. "Step away from her," he commanded, his voice carrying the authority of his military training. "Or I put a bolt through your master's preserved heart." The threat was practical and direct, targeting the vulnerable physical vessel rather than Silvain himself, who had already demonstrated magical capabilities far beyond ordinary human resistance. For a moment, tension hung in the chamber's still air. Silvain poised between Iskra and the sarcophagus. Elias, with weapon trained on the preserved body. Iskra herself, with energy gathering around her transformed form. Then, unexpectedly, Silvain smiled, a genuine expression of appreciation rather than the calculated charm he typically displayed. "Resourceful," he acknowledged, addressing Elias directly, identifying the true vulnerability rather than wasting effort on more obvious targets. Kyle would approve of such strategic thinking, even when directed against his interests. He stepped back from both Iskra and the sarcophagus, creating distance that reduced immediate threat, while maintaining his position between them and the chamber's entrance. "We appear to be at an impasse," he observed, his tone conversational despite the circumstances. "You've discovered the heart of my work before all preparations were complete. A complication, certainly, but not an insurmountable one." His casual acceptance of the situation suggested confidence rather than concern, as if their discovery of his true purpose represented a minor adjustment to his timeline rather than a fundamental disruption of his plans. "This isn't an impasse," Iskra countered, maintaining the energy she had gathered. "This is the end of whatever you thought to accomplish using me as your tool. I reject your purpose, your methods, and your justifications for both." Silvain regarded her with what appeared to be genuine curiosity. "Yet, the connection remains," he pointed out, gesturing to the silver lines visible at her wrists. "Altered by your will, certainly, but still present, still functional as a channel between your transformed consciousness and the working I've established." The observation was accurate, disturbing in its implications. Despite her conscious rejection of his purpose, the silver markings continued to pulse with energy, to maintain some form of connection to the patterns inscribed on the sarcophagus and throughout the chamber. "A connection I can sever," she stated with more confidence than she truly felt, "now that I understand its nature and purpose." "Perhaps," Silvain conceded, though his tone suggested doubt. "But consider what else might be severed in the process. These markings have integrated with your transformation, become part of the system that allows you to channel and control the energies you now access. Disrupting them could have unpredictable consequences for abilities you've come to rely upon." The warning gave Iskra pause, not because she trusted Silvain's assessment, but because it aligned with her own intuitive understanding of how the various markings on her skin interacted. The silver lines had indeed integrated with the original blue-black symbols of her bloodline and the crimson channels created by her communion with the source, creating connections that altered how energy flowed through her transformed body. Severing these connections might indeed affect her ability to control the powers she had developed, powers that had become increasingly necessary as her transformation progressed. Sensing her hesitation, Silvain pressed his advantage. "There's no need for conflict between us," he said, his melodious voice taking on persuasive warmth. "What I offer is knowledge, understanding of the transformation you're undergoing, mastery of abilities that would otherwise develop chaotically." He gestured to the chamber around them, to the artifacts and texts visible in alcoves along the walls. "All this, centuries of accumulated wisdom about the very processes now reshaping your existence, could be yours to access, to learn from. Not as a tool or vessel, but as a student, a collaborator." The offer was tempting in its apparent reasonableness, access to knowledge she undeniably needed, guidance in managing a transformation that continued to advance regardless of her wishes. Yet Iskra recognized the manipulation beneath the generous terms, the careful repositioning from master using a tool to mentor guiding a student. "Collaboration requires trust," she replied, her voice steady, despite the conflicting emotions his offer evoked. "Trust you destroyed with blood sigils and hidden agendas, with plans to use me for resurrection without my knowledge or consent." Silvain inclined his head slightly, acknowledging the point without conceding its significance. "Trust can be rebuilt," he suggested. "Through transparency, through shared purpose discovered rather than imposed." He turned toward the sarcophagus, his expression taking on a quality of genuine reverence. Kyle preserved knowledge that would otherwise have been lost entirely. Understanding of how consciousness interacts with energy, how identity can transcend physical limitations, how the boundaries between worlds can be navigated safely. His voice gained intensity as he continued, revealing passion beneath his usual composed exterior. The resurrection I seek isn't merely return of an individual, but restoration of wisdom humanity desperately needs. Wisdom that could prevent the catastrophes your limited understanding of power will inevitably create. The implication that her rejection of his methods endangered humanity's future was skillfully crafted to appeal to Iskra's sense of responsibility, to her desire to use her abilities for beneficial purposes rather than selfish ones. Yet even as part of her responded to this appeal, another part recognized the fundamental dishonesty in his approach, the manipulation hidden beneath apparent concern for greater good. If the knowledge is so valuable, she countered, why preserve it in a form that requires sacrifice to access? Why not record it in texts, share it with those capable of understanding? Create a tradition of teaching rather than a cult of personality around a single preserved consciousness. The question struck at the heart of the contradiction in Silvain's position. His claim that Kyle's wisdom was essential for humanity's benefit, coupled with methods that hoarded that wisdom in forms accessible only through morally questionable means. For the first time, Silvain appeared genuinely taken aback, as if her challenge had identified a flaw in reasoning he had accepted without examination for too long. Some knowledge cannot be adequately conveyed through ordinary means, he said after a moment's consideration. Some understanding requires direct transmission of consciousness, experience shared rather than merely described. It was a reasonable response, but insufficient to justify the methods he had employed. The blood sigils affecting an entire village. The manipulation of Iskra's transformation for purposes she hadn't consented to. The planned resurrection of a being whose original existence had apparently required consumption of others' life essence. Then find willing participants, she said firmly. Seek those who choose to receive such direct transmission after understanding its full implications. Don't manipulate, don't coerce, don't justify sacrifice of the unwilling as necessary for some greater purpose they haven't chosen to serve. Her words hung in the chamber's still air, challenging not just Silvain's specific plans, but the entire philosophical framework that justified them. The prioritization of abstract cosmic benefit over concrete human choice and dignity. For several long moments, Silvain regarded her with an expression that combined reassessment with what might have been genuine respect. Then, unexpectedly, he laughed, a sound of genuine amusement rather than mockery or dismissal. Kyle said something similar, he revealed, the statement surprising in its apparent honesty. When I first proposed preservation, rather than acceptance of his physical death, he questioned whether knowledge that required such methods to preserve was a knowledge worth preserving at all. The admission offered a glimpse of complexity in both Silvain and the being he sought to resurrect. Suggestion that Kyle himself might have harbored doubts about the very preservation Silvain had dedicated centuries to maintaining. Yet you proceeded anyway, Iskra observed. Against his expressed concerns. Silvain's perfect features composed themselves into an expression of philosophical consideration. I saw further than he did in that moment, he said, neither apologetic nor defensive. Recognized that wisdom sometimes requires preservation, even against the wishes of its possessor, that knowledge too valuable to lose might need to be protected through means its creator might question. The justification revealed much about Silvain's fundamental nature. His willingness to override others' choices when he deemed his judgment superior. His confidence in his own assessment of what constituted necessary action, regardless of ethical concerns others might raise. "And now you apply the same reasoning to me," Iskra concluded. "Deciding that my transformation serves purposes I might reject, but that you deem necessary regardless of my wishes. I offer guidance in a transformation already underway," Silvain countered smoothly. "Direction for a process that will continue with or without my involvement. That might lead to outcomes far less beneficial without proper understanding." The claim contained enough truth to be persuasive. Iskra's transformation had indeed begun before her contact with Silvain. Would likely continue regardless of her association with him. Yet it deliberately obscured his active role in accelerating and directing that transformation towards specific ends she hadn't chosen. "Guidance I can seek elsewhere," she stated firmly. "From sources that respect my autonomy, rather than viewing it as an obstacle to be overcome." Elias, who had maintained his position with crossbow trained on the sarcophagus throughout their exchange, spoke for the first time since issuing his initial threat. "We're leaving," he said, his tone making it clear this wasn't a suggestion, but a statement of fact. "Iskra has rejected your offer and your methods. Whatever connection exists between her and your working, she'll address it on her own terms, not yours." Silvain regarded him with the slightly condescending interest one might direct toward a child making bold pronouncements about matters beyond their understanding. "The connection isn't so easily dismissed," he said, addressing Iskra rather than Elias, despite responding to the latter's statement. "It has integrated with your transformation, become part of the system that allows you to channel and control the energies you now access. Attempting to sever it without proper understanding could have consequences far beyond what you anticipate." The warning was likely accurate, which made it all the more manipulative, using genuine concern about potential harm to maintain a connection Iskra had explicitly rejected. "A risk I'll manage," she replied, her decision crystallizing as she spoke. "With or without the knowledge you offer as bait for continued involvement in your plans." She began moving toward its entrance, maintaining the energy she had gathered around her transformed body as protection against potential interference. Elias matched her movement, keeping his weapon trained on the sarcophagus while positioning himself to cover their retreat. Silvain watched their withdrawal with an expression that combined disappointment with what might have been genuine concern. "Consider carefully before acting rashly," he advised, making no move to physically prevent their departure. "The transformation you're undergoing follows patterns established over centuries of observation and study. Without proper guidance, the risks increase exponentially." "Risks I accept as the price of maintaining my autonomy," Iskra replied, reaching the chamber's entrance with Elias close behind her. "My choices remain my own, whatever transformation I undergo." As they passed through the massive silver door, Silvain called after them one final observation, words that followed them into the passage beyond, that echoed in Iskra's mind long after they had left the hidden chamber behind. "Choice is indeed precious," his melodious voice carried through the closing doorway, "but transformation changes the chooser as surely as the chosen. Who you become may view differently what you now reject so absolutely." The cryptic warning, or prediction, hung in the air as the silver door slid closed behind them, sealing the chamber and its occupants from their immediate presence, but not from Iskra's consciousness. The connection established through the silver markings remained, altered by her rejection of Silvain's purpose, but still present, still functional as a channel between her transformed awareness and whatever working continued in the hidden crypt. They made their way back through the narrow passage and up the spiraling staircase in tense silence, alert for any sign that Silvain might have activated defenses or sent pursuers after them. But their ascent remained uncontested, their exit from the manor unchallenged, as if their discovery of the hidden chamber and its purpose had been anticipated and accepted rather than feared and prevented. Only when they had put significant distance between themselves and the manor, following the coastal path back toward Ravnvik in the pre-dawn darkness, did Elias finally speak. "He let us leave," he observed. His tone making it clear he found this concerning rather than reassuring. "Made no real attempt to stop us or conceal what we discovered." Iskra nodded, having reached the same troubling conclusion. "Because our discovery doesn't significantly disrupt his plans," she said grimly. "Whatever connection has been established through these—" She gestured to her covered arms, where the silver lines continued to pulse beneath her clothing. "It serves his purpose, whether I consciously participate or not." The implication hung between them. That knowledge of Silvain's true intentions might be insufficient to prevent her involvement in them, that the very transformation that had given her power to counter the blood sigils might have simultaneously bound her to purposes she rejected. "Can you sever the connection?" Elias asked. The practical question cutting through philosophical concerns to the immediate problem they faced. Iskra considered carefully before answering, aware that false confidence would serve neither of them in the dangerous situation they now confronted. "Not immediately," she admitted. "Not without better understanding how these silver markings have integrated with the original runic patterns. Attempting to remove them without such understanding could damage the entire system that allows me to channel and control the energies I now access." It was the same assessment Silvain had offered, which made it no less accurate despite coming from a source she no longer trusted. The silver lines had indeed become part of the complex network of channels that directed power through her transformed body. Their removal potentially as dangerous as their continued presence. "Then we need to find that understanding," Elias said, his tone suggesting this was a tactical problem to be solved, rather than an insurmountable obstacle. "Sources of knowledge about such markings that don't require reliance on Silvain or acceptance of his methods." The practical approach was characteristic of him, focusing on immediate steps that could be taken rather than dwelling on the full complexity of their situation. It was one of the qualities Iskra had come to value most in their partnership, his ability to reduce overwhelming problems to manageable components that could be addressed sequentially. "The Sisterhood might have relevant knowledge," she suggested as they continued toward Ravnvik. "Not all members are aligned with Silvain's goals, whatever influence he exerts over some of them. And Agatha's collection of texts includes material on runic markings and their manipulation." Elias nodded, accepting these potential resources while clearly considering alternatives. "The Order also maintains archives on magical practices," he added after a moment, "including methods for disrupting or neutralizing workings similar to what we've discovered. I've avoided drawing on those resources until now, but circumstances may justify the risk of contact." The suggestion surprised Iskra, given his evident break with the organization and its methods. "Would such contact endanger you?" she asked, concerned about adding his persecution to their already significant problems. Possibly, he acknowledged. But there are individuals within the Order who question its current direction, who maintain the original purpose of understanding rather than merely destroying what lies beyond ordinary perception. Carefully worded inquiries might yield information without necessarily revealing my location or circumstances. It was a risk, certainly, but one that might provide crucial knowledge they currently lacked. Iskra nodded slowly, accepting his willingness to explore this avenue, despite the potential personal consequences. As they approached the outskirts of Ravnvik, the eastern sky beginning to lighten with approaching dawn, Iskra found herself troubled by more than just the practical challenges they faced. Silvain's final words continued to echo in her mind, the suggestion that transformation might change not just her abilities, but her fundamental values, her core identity. What if he's right? She asked quietly, giving voice to the fear that had been growing since their discovery of the hidden chamber. What if these changes aren't just physical, aren't just about channeling energy more efficiently? What if they're altering who I am at a fundamental level? Elias stopped walking, turning to face her directly in the grey pre-dawn light. His expression was intensely serious, his grey eyes studying her with careful attention. Who you are isn't defined solely by ability or perception, he said after a moment's consideration. It's defined by choices made, by values maintained despite changing circumstances, by what you refuse as much as what you accept. He gestured to the village visible in the distance, where lights were beginning to appear as Ravnvik's inhabitants started their day. You chose to free them from influence that would have stripped their autonomy. You chose to investigate Silvain's true purpose despite the risks. You chose to reject methods that sacrifice others' will to some supposedly greater purpose. His voice gained intensity as he continued, revealing passion beneath his usually controlled exterior. Those choices reflect core values that transcend whatever physical transformation you're undergoing. They define Iskra Valen more truly than any markings on your skin or abilities they might channel. The perspective he offered was both reassuring and challenging, suggesting that identity persisted through transformation, not as something static and unchangeable, but as an ongoing process of choice and commitment, of values expressed through action rather than merely claimed in principle. And if those choices become harder to maintain? She asked, voicing the deeper fear Silvain's warning had evoked. If the transformation alters, not just what I can do, but what I want to do, what seems reasonable or justified. Elias considered the question with the seriousness it deserved, not offering facile reassurance, but genuine engagement with the possibility she raised. Then you'll need anchors, he said finally. Connections to what matters most to you, reminders of the values you wish to preserve, regardless of how your perception or abilities might change. He gestured to the Mandrake amulet visible at her throat. That connects you to your mother, to her teachings and example. Agatha connects you to practical wisdom accumulated through long experience with both ordinary and extraordinary aspects of existence. The village, he nodded toward Ravnvik, connects you to the human community. Your abilities can either serve or dominate, depending on the choices you make. Left unspoken but clearly implied was his own role as anchor, as connection to values and perspectives that might help her maintain core aspects of identity through whatever transformation she continued to undergo. The framework he offered provided no easy answers but a path forward. a way to approach the challenges they faced that acknowledged their complexity without surrendering to fatalism or accepting Silvain's assertion that transformation inevitably altered fundamental values. "Thank you," Iskra said simply, the words inadequate to express the significance of what he had offered, but all she could manage in the moment. Elias nodded, understanding evident in his expression. Then, with characteristic focus on immediate practical concerns, he gestured towards Ravnvik, where the village was now fully awakening to a new day. "We should return to Agatha's cottage," he said. "Share what we've discovered. Begin exploring options for addressing the connection Silvain has established." As they resumed their journey toward the village, Iskra found herself considering not just the immediate challenges they faced, but the larger implications of what they had discovered beneath the manor. The hidden crypt, with its preserved occupant, Silvain's plans for resurrection using her transformed abilities, the connection established through silver markings that had integrated with her existing runic patterns, all suggested a working of immense significance, one with potential consequences far beyond her personal situation. If Kyle Varna was indeed what Elias had named him, the devourer, consumer of souls to fuel his extended existence, then his resurrection could threaten far more than Iskra's autonomy or Ravnvik's peace. It could unleash powers and appetites that might affect entire regions, perhaps beyond. Yet addressing this threat required understanding she currently lacked, knowledge of how the silver markings functioned, of how they connected her to Silvain's working, of how they might be neutralized without damaging her ability to control the energies she now channeled. As dawn broke fully over Ravnvik, painting the village in golden light that belied the shadows gathering around it, Iskra made a silent commitment to seek that understanding wherever it might be found, to maintain the values that defined her core identity, regardless of continuing transformation, to prevent whatever resurrection Silvain planned by means that respected choice rather than sacrificing it. The path ahead was uncertain, the challenges significant. But in that moment, with Elias beside her and the village they had already saved once from magical influence spread before them, Iskra found determination, overcoming fear, resolved to face whatever consequences might come from her discovery of the hidden crypt and its terrible purpose. Chapter 15. Shattered Trust. Dawn painted Agatha's cottage in soft amber light as Iskra paced the worn floorboards. The silver lines on her skin pulsed with renewed intensity, a constant reminder of the connection to Silvain's dark purpose. 3 days had passed since their discovery in the hidden crypt, yet the revelation of Kyle Varna's preserved body and Silvain's plans for resurrection haunted her waking thoughts. "We must confront him directly," she declared, stopping before the hearth where Agatha stirred a pot of fragrant herbs. "The sisterhood deserves to know what their patron truly intends." Agatha's weathered face remained impassive. "And you believe they'll simply accept your word against his? A man they've followed for generations." "They'll have more than my word." Iskra pushed back her sleeve, revealing the silver markings. "They'll see the evidence etched into my skin, the channels he created to use me as the heart of his resurrection spell." The old healer sighed, setting aside her wooden spoon. "Power and loyalty are complex things, child. Some may already know portions of his plan and consider it justified." Before Iskra could respond, the cottage door swung open. Elias entered, his expression grim, hair wind-blown from riding. "The manor is unusually active," he reported, removing his cloak. "Members of the Sisterhood arriving from distant locations." Something significant is being prepared. Iskra's decision crystallized. Then we go now, before whatever he's planning advances further. Not alone, Elias insisted, his hand resting instinctively on his sword hilt. No, she agreed. But this confrontation must happen in their sacred space, where magical truth is harder to conceal. The Sisterhood's gathering hall within Silvain's manor hummed with activity when they arrived. Nearly 20 women moved purposefully through the space, arranging crystals and inscribing chalk symbols on the polished floor. At their center stood Silvain, resplendent in ceremonial robes of midnight blue embroidered with silver constellations. His perfect features registered no surprise at their arrival, only mild amusement. Iskra Valen, I wondered when you would return. You know exactly why I'm here, she replied, her voice carrying across the suddenly silent hall. To reveal what lies beneath this manor, what you truly intend for the Sisterhood, and for me. Whispers erupted among the gathered women. Madeline, the Sisterhood's senior member, stepped forward with narrowed eyes. What accusation is this? Not accusation, truth. Iskra moved to the center of the hall, deliberately placing herself within the half-completed ritual circle. Silvain harbors the preserved body of Kaela Varna in a hidden crypt beneath this manor, the man known in ancient texts as the Devourer of Souls. Gasps and murmurs rippled through the assembly. Some faces registered shock, others confusion, and a few, Iskra noted with dismay, showed no surprise at all. He plans resurrection, she continued, pushing back her sleeves to reveal the silver markings. Using these channels he created in my flesh to harness my connection to the source, to make me the unwilling heart of his spell. Silvain's melodious laugh cut through the growing tension. Such dramatic interpretations of sacred work. He moved toward her with casual grace. Yes, sisters, there is indeed a preservation chamber beneath our sanctuary. And yes, it contains knowledge from our most revered ancestor, knowledge that could restore our kind's rightful place in this world. His green eyes swept the assembly. What Iskra discovered was merely preparation for revelation I intended to share when all was ready, when you, all of you, could witness the culmination of our generations of work. Lies, Iskra challenged, the silver lines on her skin flaring with her anger. You never intended to reveal Kyle's true nature or your plans to use me as sacrifice. Not sacrifice, Silvain corrected smoothly. Elevation, transformation into something greater than mere human consciousness could achieve alone. Madeline stepped between them, her aged face severe. These are serious matters requiring careful consideration. If what Iskra claims is true. If, Iskra interrupted. Take any 3 sisters of your choosing. I will lead them to the crypt myself. Let them see the sarcophagus. Read the runes of binding and consumption carved upon it. Uncertainty rippled through the gathering. Several women exchanged troubled glances, while others moved closer to Silvain in evident loyalty. The girl misunderstands what she saw, declared Livia, a stern-faced woman who had always regarded Iskra with suspicion. Our patron prepares a working of immense significance for our benefit, for the restoration of true magic to this world. At what cost? Iskra challenged. The consumption of unwilling souls? The sacrifice of autonomy, mine and others? The division among the Sisterhood became increasingly apparent. Nearly half the women had moved to stand with Livia near Silvain, while others gathered behind Madeleine, expressions troubled and questioning. Perhaps, Madeleine suggested carefully, We should indeed verify these claims before proceeding further with our preparations. Silvain's perfect features hardened almost imperceptibly. The timing is delicate, Madeleine. The celestial alignment we've awaited approaches rapidly. All the more reason to ensure our understanding is complete, the old woman replied firmly. Before Silvain could respond, commotion erupted at the hall's entrance. Elias appeared, dragging a struggling villager whose eyes shone with an unnatural crimson light. "More evidence of your patron's methods," he announced, forcing the man to his knees. Fresh blood sigils appearing throughout Ravnvik, more sophisticated than before, invisible until activated. The villager snarled, straining against Elias's grip with inhuman strength. When he spoke, his voice carried unnatural resonance. "The awakening comes. The devourer rises. All shall feed his return." Shock rippled through even Silvain's most loyal followers. The possessed villager's words confirmed what Iskra had revealed, and suggested the working had advanced further than anyone had realized. "You see?" Iskra addressed the assembled women. "This is what your patron intends. Not elevation, but consumption. Not restoration of magic, but resurrection of one who views human consciousness as mere fuel for his appetites." Silvain's composure finally cracked. His handsome face contorted with frustration as he gestured sharply. The possessed villager collapsed unconscious, the unnatural light fading from his eyes. "You understand nothing," he hissed, his melodious voice hardening. "Kael's return is necessary, the only way to prevent greater calamities approaching. The veil between worlds thins. Without his knowledge, without his power, what comes through will consume far more than a few willing sacrifices." "Willing?" Elias challenged, rising from checking the collapsed villager. "Like this man? Like the village your blood sigils ensorcelled? Like Iskra, whom you prepared as vessel without her knowledge or consent?" The confrontation had reached its breaking point. The sisterhood stood clearly divided now. 8 women with Silvain, 7 with Madeleine in uncertain opposition, the remainder watching with evident confusion. "Sisters," Silvain addressed them, his voice regaining its persuasive melody. "What I've worked toward benefits us all. Yes, there are costs. There always are for workings of true significance. But the alternative is far worse. Without Coil's return, without his knowledge of the boundaries between worlds, what approaches will devour not just individuals, but entire regions." His words swayed several of the uncertain sisters, who moved hesitantly toward his group. Iskra realized with growing alarm that despite the evidence, despite the possessed villager still lying unconscious on the floor, Silvain's centuries of influence over the sisterhood might yet prevail. "You speak of necessity," she challenged, stepping forward until she stood directly before him. "Of sacrifice for greater good. Yet, you decided alone what constitutes necessary sacrifice. You determined alone whose autonomy could be violated for your purposes." The silver markings on her skin flared brightly as her anger focused her power. "That ends today. Whatever connection you've established through these channels, I reject it. Whatever purpose you intended for my transformation, I reclaim it as my own." Energy crackled around her transformed body as she directed her will against the silver lines that bound her to Silvain's working. Pain lanced through her as the markings resisted her attempt to alter their fundamental nature. But she persisted, drawing on the original blue-black symbols of her bloodline to counter the silver patterns he had imposed. Silvain's perfect features contorted with effort as he fought to maintain the connection. "You risk everything," he warned through clenched teeth. "The channels stabilize your transformation. Breaking them could unleash energies you cannot control." "My risk to take," Iskra replied, intensifying her effort. "My choice to make." The contest of wills manifested visibly as the silver lines on her skin fluctuated, alternately brightening and dimming as control shifted between them. The assembled sisterhood watched, in stunned silence, as magical energies crackled through the hall, disrupting the half-completed ritual circle and shattering several crystal focuses. Then, unexpectedly, Madeline stepped forward. The elderly woman placed her weathered hand on Iskra's shoulder, adding her considerable magical knowledge to the younger woman's raw power. "Enough, Silvain," she declared, her voice carrying authority born of decades leading the sisterhood. "Whatever your intentions, your methods have crossed boundaries our covenant forbids. Manipulation without consent, binding without agreement. These violate our most sacred principles." One by one, the sisters who had stood with Madeline moved to join them, adding their energy to the effort to break Silvain's control over the silver markings. Even some who had initially supported him hesitated, troubled by the evidence of his deception and the possessed villager's damning words. Silvain's handsome face transformed with rage as he saw his support crumbling. "Fools," he snarled, abandoning persuasion for raw power. "Centuries of preparation, generations of careful work. You would abandon it all because one untrained girl objects to methods she barely comprehends." He gestured sharply, and the floor beneath them trembled. "What approaches will devour you all? Without Kyle's knowledge, without his power to seal the weakening boundaries, this entire region will become feeding ground for entities you cannot begin to imagine." Shock rippled through even Silvain's most loyal followers. The possessed villager's words confirmed what Iskra had revealed, and suggested the working had advanced further than anyone had realized. "You see," Iskra addressed the assembled women, "this is what your patron intends. Not elevation, but consumption. Not restoration of magic, but resurrection of one who views human consciousness as mere fuel for his appetites." Silvain's composure finally cracked, his handsome face contorted with frustration as he gestured sharply. The possessed villager collapsed unconscious, the unnatural light fading from his eyes. "You understand nothing," he hissed, his melodious voice hardening. "Kale's return is necessary, the only way to prevent greater calamities approaching. The veil between worlds thins. Without his knowledge, without his power, what comes through will consume far more than a few willing sacrifices." "Willing?" Elias challenged, rising from checking the collapsed villager. "Like this man? Like the village your blood sigils ensorcelled? Like Iskra, whom you prepared as vessel without her knowledge or consent?" The confrontation had reached its breaking point. The sisterhood stood clearly divided now. 8 women with Silvain, 7 with Madeline in uncertain opposition, the remainder watching with evident confusion. "Sisters," Silvain addressed them, his voice regaining its persuasive melody. "What I've worked toward benefits us all. Yes, there are costs. There always are for workings of true significance. But the alternative is far worse. Without Coil's return, without his knowledge of the boundaries between worlds, what approaches will devour not just individuals, but entire regions." His words swayed several of the uncertain sisters, who moved hesitantly toward his group. Iskra realized with growing alarm that despite the evidence, despite the possessed villagers still lying unconscious on the floor, Silvain's centuries of influence over the sisterhood might yet prevail. "You speak of necessity," she challenged, stepping forward until she stood directly before him. "Of sacrifice for greater good. Yet, you decided alone what constitutes necessary sacrifice. You determined alone whose autonomy could be violated for your purposes." The silver markings on her skin flared brightly as her anger focused her power. "That ends today. Whatever connection you've established through these channels, I reject it. Whatever purpose you intended for my transformation, I reclaim it as my own." Energy crackled around her transformed body as she directed her will against the silver lines that bound her to Silvain's working. Pain lanced through her as the markings resisted her attempt to alter their fundamental nature. But she persisted, drawing on the original blue-black symbols of her bloodline to counter the silver patterns he had imposed. Silvain's perfect features contorted with effort as he fought to maintain the connection. "You risk everything," he warned through clenched teeth. "The channels stabilize your transformation. Breaking them could unleash energies you cannot control." "My risk to take," Iskra replied, intensifying her effort. "My choice to make." The contest of wills manifested visibly as the silver lines on her skin fluctuated, alternately brightening and dimming as control shifted between them. The assembled sisterhood watched, in stunned silence, as magical energies crackled through the hall, disrupting the half-completed ritual circle and shattering several crystal focuses. Then, unexpectedly, Madeline stepped forward. The elderly woman placed her weathered hand on Iskra's shoulder, adding her considerable magical knowledge to the younger woman's raw power. "Enough, Silvain," she declared, her voice carrying authority born of decades leading the sisterhood. "Whatever your intentions, your methods have crossed boundaries our covenant forbids. Manipulation without consent, binding without agreement. These violate our most sacred principles." One by one, the sisters who had stood with Madeline moved to join them, adding their energy to the effort to break Silvain's control over the silver markings. Even some who had initially supported him hesitated, troubled by the evidence of his deception and the possessed villagers' damning words. Silvain's handsome face transformed with rage as he saw his support crumbling. "Fools," he snarled, abandoning persuasion for raw power. "Centuries of preparation, generations of careful work. You would abandon it all because one untrained girl objects to methods she barely comprehends." He gestured sharply, and the floor beneath them trembled. "What approaches will devour you all? Without Kyle's knowledge, without his power to seal the weakening boundaries, this entire region will become feeding ground for entities you cannot begin to imagine." Despite his fury, despite the considerable power he commanded, the combined will of Iskra and her growing number of supporters gradually overwhelmed his control of the silver markings. The lines began to shift, their patterns changing as Iskra's conscious rejection of his purpose altered their fundamental nature. With a final surge of effort that left her gasping, she severed the direct connection between the markings and Silvain's working. The silver lines remained on her skin, but transformed. No longer channels for his purpose, but reclaimed as extensions of her own magical system. Silvain staggered back, his perfect features contorted with thwarted rage. "You have no idea what you've done," he hissed. "The working was nearly complete. The preparations almost finished. Now all is disrupted. The timing compromised." "Good," Iskra replied simply. supported by Madeleine as she recovered from the immense effort. For a moment, it seemed the confrontation had ended in clear victory. Then Silvain straightened, his handsome face settling into cold determination. "This changes nothing," he declared. "Delays, not prevents. The resurrection will proceed, with or without your willing participation, with or without the Sisterhood's support." He gestured to the loyal followers still standing with him. "Those who understand the true significance of our work remain. Those with vision beyond petty concerns about individual autonomy when existence itself hangs in the balance." Livia and the others who had remained loyal moved to stand beside him, their faces set with the same cold determination. Though reduced in number, they still represented significant magical knowledge and power, enough to pose a serious threat. "Leave this place," Madeleine commanded, her voice carrying the authority of her position despite her evident exhaustion. "You have betrayed our covenant, manipulated our sisterhood for your own purposes. You are no longer welcome in our sacred spaces." Sylvain's melodious laugh held no warmth. "Your sacred spaces? This manor, these grounds, all exist through my provision, my protection over centuries. You do not command me to leave what is fundamentally mine." The standoff might have escalated further had Elias not intervened. He stepped forward, positioning himself protectively near Iskra while addressing Silvain directly. "This confrontation serves no one's purpose," he observed with the pragmatic assessment of a trained soldier. "You've lost significant support, but retain enough to continue your work. We've broken your direct control over Iskra, but lack the power to prevent your continued preparations entirely." His grey eyes held Sylvain's gaze steadily. "A temporary withdrawal benefits both sides. You to reorganize with those who remain loyal. Us to prepare defenses against whatever you intend next." The practical assessment seemed to penetrate Sylvain's fury. His perfect features composed themselves as he considered the tactical situation with cold calculation. "Sensible," he acknowledged finally. "Though unexpected from a former Inquisitor, your kind typically favor immediate confrontation over strategic withdrawal." "I've learned much since leaving the Order," Elias replied evenly. Silvain inclined his head slightly, then addressed the divided sisterhood. "Those who understand the true significance of our work, who recognize necessity beyond petty moral objections. Come with me now. The others may remain, contemplating their short-sightedness, until reality educates them more effectively than I could." Without waiting for response, he turned and strode from the hall, Livia and 7 other women following in his wake. Their departure left an uneasy silence, broken only by the soft moans of the villager beginning to regain consciousness. Madeleine sank heavily onto a nearby chair, her aged face drawn with exhaustion and dismay. "So many years," she murmured. "So many decades believing in his guidance, his vision for restoring true magic to this world, all built on deception." "Not complete deception," Iskra offered, understanding the older woman's devastation. "The knowledge he shared, the techniques he taught, many were valuable in themselves. He simply concealed their ultimate purpose." The elderly woman nodded slowly, though her expression remained troubled. "Cold comfort when that purpose appears to be resurrection of one known as the devourer of souls." Elias, who had been examining the recovering villager, rejoined them with grave expression. "We have more immediate concerns," he reported. "This man isn't the only one affected, according to what he remembers." At least a dozen villages have been marked with the new blood sigils. Invisible until activated, as we saw. Activated for what purpose? One of the remaining sisters asked. Sacrifice, Elias replied grimly. Energy to fuel the resurrection ritual, even without Iskra as the primary channel. Less efficient, requiring more victims to compensate for her absence from the working, but potentially effective nonetheless. The implications hung heavily in the air. Without Iskra as the heart of the spell, Silvain would need alternative sources of power, meaning more villagers affected, more lives potentially consumed in the resurrection he still intended to complete. We must return to Ravnvik immediately, Iskra decided, already moving toward the door. Find those marked with the sigils before they can be activated. Madeline rose shakily to her feet. The Sisterhood, what remains of it, will assist. Our knowledge of blood sigils may help identify those affected before manifestation occurs. As they prepared to depart, Elias drew Iskra aside, his expression unusually troubled. "There's something you should know," he said quietly. "Something I discovered while tracking the affected villages." He hesitated, clearly struggling with whatever information he needed to share. "The Order has sent Inquisitors to Ravnvik, my former brothers, responding to reports of unusual magical activity in the region." The news struck Iskra like physical blow. The Order's Inquisitors were notorious for their ruthless approach to perceived magical threats, often making little distinction between beneficial practitioners like herself and those who used power to harm others. "How many?" she asked, her voice barely above whisper. "At least 5 that I could confirm. Possibly more arriving soon." His grey eyes held hers steadily. "They'll view the blood sigils as confirmation of dangerous magical activity. They'll move against anyone they identify as practitioner. You, the Sisterhood, even Agatha despite her age and respected position." "And you?" Iskra asked, suddenly realizing the personal danger his return to Ravnvik represented. "If they discover your presence, your association with me, they'll consider me apostate, traitor to their purpose." His expression remained calm, despite the evident danger. The penalty for such betrayal is typically execution without trial. The revelation of this additional threat, the Order's Inquisitors arriving even as Silvain prepared for his resurrection ritual, seemed almost too much to bear. Iskra felt momentarily overwhelmed by the converging dangers, the impossible choices they presented. "We should flee," she suggested, the option suddenly appealing despite her usual determination. "Leave Ravnvik, find somewhere beyond both Silvain's influence and the Order's reach." Elias shook his head slowly. "The villagers remain at risk, from both Silvain's blood sigils and the Inquisitors, who may not distinguish between those causing harm and those affected by it. And if Silvain succeeds in resurrecting Kyle av Varna..." He left the consequence unstated, though both understood the implications. A being known as the Devourer of Souls, restored to physical existence in a world that had forgotten how to defend against such entities, represented threat far beyond their personal safety. "Then we stay," Iskra concluded, her momentary weakness passing. "We fight on both fronts, against Silvain's plans and against the Order's misguided persecution." Elias regarded her with an expression that combined pride with profound concern. "You understand what that means? Standing against both a powerful practitioner with centuries of knowledge and an organization that has hunted your kind for generations." "I understand," she confirmed, the silver markings on her skin pulsing with renewed determination, now that she had reclaimed them from Silvain's control. His grey eyes held hers with unwavering intensity. "Then know this," he said, his voice low but firm. "Whatever comes, whatever choices you make in facing these threats, I stand with you. If you fall, I will fall with you." He paused, his expression hardening slightly. "But if you choose Silvain's path, if you decide power justifies sacrifice of the unwilling, if you accept his arguments about necessity overriding choice, then I will fight you with the same determination I now offer in your defense." The declaration was both pledge and warning. Commitment to support her struggle against converging threats, coupled with clear boundary regarding methods he could not accept even from her. "I would expect nothing less," Iskra replied, recognizing the integrity behind his ultimatum. "And I would want nothing less, should I ever begin justifying means by ends, as Silvain does." Their understanding established, they rejoined the others preparing to return to Ravnvik, to face whatever awaited them there, whether Silvain's continued machinations, the Order's arriving Inquisitors, or some combination of threats even more dangerous than either alone. As they departed the manor, Iskra cast one final glance back at the structure that had once represented opportunity and knowledge. Now it stood revealed as monument to centuries of deception, to manipulation justified as necessary guidance, to sacrifice disguised as elevation. The trust she had placed in Silvain, never complete but significant nonetheless, lay shattered beyond repair. Yet from those fragments, something new had emerged. Clearer understanding of her own purpose, stronger commitment to maintaining autonomy against those who would sacrifice it for their own ends. Deeper appreciation for allies who supported her choices while holding her accountable for their consequences. Whatever awaited in Ravnvik, whatever confrontations with Silvain or the Order lay ahead, she would face them with this hard-won clarity, this painful but necessary freedom from illusions about power and its proper use. Chapter 16. The Final Night. Ravnvik lay shrouded in unnatural stillness. 3 days had passed since the confrontation at the manor, and the village had become a battlefield of invisible forces. The Order's Inquisitors patrolled openly, their crimson cloaks stark against the grey coastal landscape. Meanwhile, Silvain's influence spread through hidden channels. More villagers showing signs of the blood sigils, their eyes occasionally flashing crimson when emotions ran high. In Agatha's cottage, Iskra sat alone before the hearth, her transformed hands tracing patterns in a shallow bowl of water. The liquid responded to her touch, forming intricate designs that glowed briefly before dissolving back into ordinary water. She had been practicing this focused control for hours, strengthening her command over the energies that flowed through the reclaimed silver markings on her skin. "You've been at this since dawn," Agatha observed, entering with a steaming cup of herbal tea. "Even transformed flesh requires rest." Iskra accepted the cup with a grateful nod. "Tomorrow night is the celestial alignment Silvain has been waiting for, the moment when the boundaries between worlds grow thinnest." "And you believe he'll attempt the resurrection then?" the old healer concluded. "I know he will." Iskra sipped the bitter tea, welcoming its clarifying effect. The silver markings may no longer serve as his direct channel, but they still resonate with the energies he's gathering. I can feel the preparations accelerating. Agatha settled into her chair with a weary sigh. The Inquisitors complicate matters. They've questioned half the village already. seeking the source of what they call the corruption. Have they approached you? Not yet. My reputation offers some protection, though it won't last if they grow desperate. The old woman's eyes narrowed. Your former soldier keeps them distracted with false trails, but their patience wears thin. Iskra nodded, grateful for Elias's efforts to misdirect the order while they focused on countering Silvain's plans. He had been absent since dawn, monitoring Inquisitor movements while gathering information about affected villages. I need to face Silvain alone, she said quietly, voicing the decision she'd been approaching for days. Agatha's weathered face remained impassive, though concern flickered in her eyes. The Sisterhood's remaining members would stand with you, as would your Inquisitor, despite the danger to himself. That's precisely why I must go alone. Iskra set down her cup, her transformed hands glowing faintly in the firelight. Silvain expects opposition. He'll have prepared for direct confrontation, for attempts to disrupt his ritual through force. And what do you intend instead? Iskra's expression hardened with resolve. Deception. Allowing him to believe I've reconsidered his offer, that I've recognized the necessity of what he plans. Understanding dawned on Agatha's face. You would pretend to join him, to gain access to the heart of his working. To become the heart of his working, Iskra corrected, as he originally intended. But with a crucial difference he won't detect until too late. She extended her hand, palm up, concentrating briefly. The silver markings on her skin flared as energy gathered above her palm, forming a small sphere of swirling light. Within it, patterns shifted and changed, similar to those Silvain had established but subtly altered, their fundamental nature transformed. I've been studying the connection he created, she explained as Agatha leaned forward to examine the manifestation. Learning how to mimic its original form while changing its essential function. On the surface, it will appear as the channel he designed. Beneath, it will direct energies in ways he hasn't anticipated. Sabotage from within, Agatha murmured, impressed despite her evident concern. Clever, but extraordinarily dangerous. If he detects your true intention before the critical moment. He won't, Iskra said with quiet confidence. His certainty is his weakness. He believes so completely in the necessity of his purpose that he'll accept my apparent conversion without deep examination. The cottage door opened before Agatha could respond. Elias entered, his expression grim as he removed his cloak. The Inquisitors have established a perimeter around the village, he reported. No one enters or leaves without questioning. They're preparing for some significant action, though I couldn't determine specifics. His grey eyes settled on Iskra, noting her focused intensity. You've decided something. It wasn't a question, but a recognition of the resolve evident in her posture, in the controlled energy emanating from her transformed form. She nodded, knowing he deserved the truth despite how he might receive it. I'm going to Silvain tonight, alone. His expression tightened, though he kept his voice measured. To what purpose? To make him believe I've reconsidered, that I recognize the necessity of the resurrection he plans. Elias absorbed this with the careful assessment of a trained strategist, considering implications before responding. Deception, he concluded. Gaining access to disrupt his working from within. Iskra nodded, unsurprised by his quick understanding. They had developed a connection that often made words unnecessary, each recognizing the other's thoughts from subtle cues. It's unnecessarily dangerous, he stated, though his tone suggested he already knew her counter-arguments. The Sisterhood could provide distraction while we attack directly. He expects direct opposition, she countered. Has prepared for it. What he won't anticipate is apparent surrender, followed by sabotage at the critical moment. Elias paced the small room, his military training evident in how he systematically evaluated her strategy. If he detects your true purpose before you can act. He won't, she insisted. His certainty blinds him to possibilities that contradict his worldview. He'll accept my conversion because it confirms what he already believes. That necessity eventually overcomes moral objection. The former Inquisitor stopped pacing, turning to face her directly. And the Order? Their perimeter will make reaching the manor difficult. I have ways of passing unseen, Iskra replied. The transformation has enhanced abilities my mother's grimoire only hinted at. Silence fell between them, heavy with unspoken concerns. Finally, Elias spoke the question that truly troubled him. Why alone? Why exclude me from this approach? The directness deserved equal honesty. Because Silvain knows you too well, knows your principles are uncompromising. He would never believe I'd converted to his viewpoint while you remained at my side. Understanding flickered across his features, followed by reluctant acceptance. Your absence would be the proof of your apparent conversion. Yes, she confirmed softly. He would see your absence as evidence I'd chosen power over love. The word hung between them, spoken aloud for the first time, despite the growing connection they had shared through months of struggle and support. Elias's expression softened momentarily before returning to tactical assessment. The risk remains excessive, he maintained. If your deception fails, then the Sisterhood still stands ready, Iskra finished, with you to guide their opposition while the Inquisitors are occupied elsewhere. She rose, moving to stand before him. This gives us 2 chances instead of 1. Direct confrontation if deception fails, but if I succeed, the ritual collapses from within at its most vulnerable moment. Elias studied her with the intensity that had become familiar, seeing beyond her words to the determination that drove them. Finally, he nodded once, accepting her decision, despite his evident concern. When do you go? At dusk, she replied. When the Inquisitors change their patrol pattern. There's a brief window when the eastern approach to the manor is less watched. He reached out, his calloused hand gently touching the Mandrake amulet at her throat. Take this moment to rest, he advised, his voice softening. Gather your strength for what comes. With that practical counsel, he withdrew, moving to the cottage's small side room where maps of the region were spread across a table. His acceptance of her plan, despite his concerns, reinforced Iskra's confidence in her chosen approach. Agatha, who had observed their exchange in silence, rose with a knowing look. I'll prepare what might help your deception seem more convincing, she said, moving toward her workroom. Certain herbs can create effects that mimic magical exhaustion, useful if you need to explain your sudden change of heart. Left alone, Iskra returned to her practice, focusing on maintaining the delicate balance between appearing to channel energy as Silvain expected, while subtly altering its flow in ways he wouldn't detect until too late. The work required intense concentration, perfect control over the transformed pathways that now marked her skin. As afternoon faded toward evening, she finally set aside her practice and prepared herself physically for what lay ahead. She bathed in water infused with herbs that would mask her magical signature, making the subtle changes in her energy channels less detectable. She dressed in the ceremonial robe Silvain had given her during her training with the Sisterhood, a gesture that would suggest her return to his influence. Finally, she consumed the mixture Agatha had prepared. Bitter herbs that created a convincing appearance of magical and physical exhaustion without actually impairing her abilities. The effect would support her claim of having struggled against the inevitable before finally accepting Silvain's perspective. As dusk approached, she found Elias waiting by the cottage door. His expression was composed, though tension showed in the set of his shoulders. "The Eastern Patrol changes in 20 minutes, he informed her. "You'll have perhaps 5 minutes to cross the boundary unobserved." She nodded, grateful for the practical information that gave them something concrete to discuss, instead of the fears neither wished to voice. "If I haven't returned by dawn?" she said, maintaining the same practical tone. "Assume the deception failed. Lead the Sisterhood in direct opposition before the alignment reaches its peak at midday." "I will," he promised. Then, breaking from tactical discussion, he added quietly, "But you will return." The simple statement carried more weight than elaborate declarations might have. Confidence in her abilities, coupled with refusal to consider alternatives. Iskra felt unexpected tears threatening and blinked them away, needing clarity for what lay ahead. "There's something I must ask," she said, her voice steady despite the emotion beneath it. "If my deception fails in the worst way, if Silvain succeeds in using me for his resurrection despite my intentions, don't hesitate in what must follow." Understanding darkened his grey eyes. "You're asking me to end what might rise through you?" "Yes," she confirmed simply. "Whatever emerges would not be me, regardless of whose face it wore. Remember that, whatever it might say to convince you otherwise." For a moment, raw pain showed in his expression before being mastered. "I remember my words to you. If you fall, I fall with you. But if you become what we've fought against, then you fight me with the same determination," she finished. "I'm counting on that promise, Elias." He nodded once, the gesture containing more commitment than elaborate oaths could convey. Then, with careful restraint, he leaned forward and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. Blessing and farewell combined in one gesture. "Until dawn," he said simply. "Until dawn," she echoed, then turned and slipped into the gathering darkness before emotion could weaken her resolve. The journey to the manor passed in tense silence. Iskra moved through shadows, using her enhanced senses to detect and avoid the Inquisitors patrolling Ravnvik's boundaries. When she reached the point Elias had identified, she paused, waiting for the patrol change that would create her window of opportunity. Right on schedule, the crimson-cloaked figures withdrew, leaving a brief gap in their coverage. Iskra slipped through, using a subtle working to blur her presence from casual observation. The herbs in her bath enhanced this natural concealment, making her nearly invisible to those not specifically searching for her magical signature. The coastal path to the manor stretched before her, windswept and exposed in the fading light. She moved swiftly, maintaining the working of concealment despite the drain on her energy. By the time she reached the manor's grounds, genuine exhaustion had begun to complement the effects of Agatha's herbs. No guards challenged her approach, a concerning indication that Silvain expected her arrival. The manor's massive door stood slightly ajar, warm light spilling onto the stone steps. Iskra paused before this threshold, remembering Agatha's warning about transitions in places of power. Taking a deep breath, she released the concealment working and stepped forward into the light, allowing her exhaustion to show in her posture and expression. The deception had begun. Inside, the manor's grand entrance hall stood empty of human presence, though evidence of recent activity surrounded her. Ceremonial objects arranged on side tables, chalk markings partially visible on the polished floor, the lingering scent of ritual incense in the still air. "I wondered when you would arrive." Silvain's melodious voice came from the shadows near the central staircase. He emerged with characteristic grace, his perfect features composed in an expression of patient expectation. He wore ceremonial robes similar to those she had seen in the hidden crypt, midnight blue embroidered with silver constellations, but now complemented by symbols that matched the markings on her skin. "You've been watching for me," she observed, allowing weariness to colour her voice. "Hoping," he corrected smoothly. "Though I confess, I expected you somewhat earlier. The alignment approaches its optimal position." Iskra moved further into the hall, deliberately stumbling slightly to reinforce the impression of exhaustion. The Inquisitors made direct approach impossible. I had to wait for a gap in their patrols. Silvain's perfect features showed momentary concern. The Order's presence complicates matters, certainly, though their interference is ultimately futile. They lack understanding of what truly approaches. He gestured toward a side chamber where warm light suggested a fire. "You appear in need of rest and refreshment before we proceed. The working requires your strength, not merely your presence." The solicitor's concern seemed genuine, which made it all the more disturbing given his ultimate purpose. Iskra followed him into the chamber, a comfortable sitting room with a hearth, several chairs, and a small table bearing wine and food. "Sit," he invited, indicating the chair nearest the fire. "Restore yourself while we discuss what brings you here after such dramatic rejection of my methods." Iskra sank into the offered chair, maintaining the appearance of physical and magical depletion. "You know why I've come," she said quietly. "The silver markings continue to resonate with your working, despite my attempts to sever the connection completely. The energies you're gathering affect me regardless of distance or intention." Silvain nodded, unsurprised by this admission. "As I warned you they would. The channels have integrated with your transformation, become essential to how energy flows through your altered form." He poured wine into 2 crystal goblets, offering one to her. "What changed was not the connection, but your understanding of its necessity." Iskra accepted the goblet, using the moment to compose her response. The wine would be safe. Silvain needed her conscious and willing for the working ahead, not drugged or impaired. "The Inquisitors," she said after taking a small sip. "Their presence in Ravnvik, their questioning of villagers, their preparations for what they call purification." She let genuine distress enter her voice, not difficult given the very real threat the Order posed. They make no distinction between harmful workings and beneficial ones, between Silvain Alder with his blood sigils and Agatha with her healing herbs. All will burn if they determine the corruption has spread too far. "The Order has always been thus," Silvain observed, seating himself opposite her. "Destruction rather than understanding, elimination rather than elevation." His green eyes studied her with careful assessment. "But this cannot be your only reason for reconsidering. You've known the Order's nature since Elias first arrived in Ravnvik. The mention of Elias provided opportunity to advance her deception. Iskra looked away, allowing pain to show in her expression. "He would fight to the death against what you intend," she said softly. "Regardless of larger purpose or necessity, his principles allow no compromise, no consideration of greater context." She met Silvain's gaze directly, letting him see the conflict she genuinely felt, though not for the reasons he would assume. "I cannot watch him die in futile opposition to what cannot be prevented. Better, he believe I've been consumed by the working than witness his destruction in attempting to prevent it." Understanding dawned in Silvain's perfect features, followed by what appeared to be genuine sympathy. "You left him to protect him," he concluded. "Knowing he would never accept the necessity of what must occur, you removed yourself from his influence, and him from the consequences of opposing forces beyond his comprehension." The interpretation aligned perfectly with what Iskra had intended him to believe, that she had chosen apparent surrender to spare Elias from destruction, accepting Silvain's perspective on necessity, not from conviction, but from pragmatic assessment of alternatives. "The Order will focus on him once they realize, I've gone to you," she continued, building on this foundation. "His former brothers will prioritize his capture over immediate action against the village. It gives him time to escape the region before—" She trailed off, letting Silvain complete the thought in his own mind. "Before the resurrection occurred, before whatever consequences might follow." Her apparent concern for Elias's safety would seem natural given their known connection, while her willingness to proceed despite this concern would reinforce the impression of reluctant acceptance. "A sacrifice of its own kind," Silvain observed, his tone suggesting appreciation of the emotional complexity involved. "Surrendering connection to preserve what's connected." He rose, moving to stand before the fire. Flames cast his perfect profile in dramatic relief as he gazed into the dancing light. "There are larger sacrifices approaching," he said after a moment's contemplation. "Necessities that transcend individual preference or comfort. The boundaries between worlds grow dangerously thin, Iskra. What waits beyond seeks entry that would devastate not just Ravnvik, but regions far beyond." The warning held the ring of genuine belief. Silvain truly considered the resurrection of Kaela Varna necessary to prevent greater calamity. This conviction made him simultaneously more dangerous and more vulnerable to deception. He would accept her apparent conversion because it aligned with his unshakable certainty that necessity would eventually overcome moral objection. "Show me," she requested, setting aside her wine goblet and rising from the chair. "Show me what approaches that justifies such methods, that makes resurrection of the devourer seem the lesser evil." Silvain turned from the fire, studying her with renewed intensity. "You truly wish to understand?" "Not merely to accept, but to comprehend the necessity that drives my purpose. If I am to be the heart of this working," Iskra replied steadily, "I deserve to know fully what it serves beyond your assurances." Her directness appeared to please him. He extended his hand, palm up in invitation. "Then come. The hidden crypt contains more than Kael's preserved form. It holds records of what approaches, evidence gathered through centuries of observation and study." Iskra placed her hand in his, noting how the silver markings on her skin responded to his proximity, pulsing more rapidly, glowing more intensely. The connection remained despite her efforts to reclaim it, though its nature had indeed changed under her conscious direction. They left the comfortable chamber and moved through the manor's grand hall toward the concealed entrance she had discovered with Elias days earlier. Silvain activated the mechanism without pretense now, causing the section of floor to slide aside and reveal the staircase descending into darkness. The alignment progresses, he observed as they began their descent. We have perhaps 2 hours before the optimal position is reached. Sufficient time for you to understand what drives this working, what makes it necessary despite the costs involved. The spiral staircase seemed longer than Iskra remembered, taking them deep beneath the manor's foundations into the natural caverns below the promontory. When they finally reached the bottom, the narrow passage with its glowing inscriptions stretched before them, leading to the massive silver door that guarded the hidden crypt. As before, the door responded to the resonance between the markings on Iskra's skin and the matching patterns engraved in the metal. It slid silently aside, revealing the vast chamber beyond with its alcoves of artifacts and central dais supporting Kael's obsidian sarcophagus. But the chamber had changed since her previous visit. Elaborate ritual preparations now surrounded the dais, a complex circle inscribed on the stone floor, crystal focuses positioned at precise intervals, ceremonial objects arranged in patterns that corresponded to celestial positions. The air hummed with gathered energy, with potential awaiting direction. The preparations near completion, Silvain said, leading her into the chamber, lacking only the final component, the heart that will channel and direct the accumulated power. He guided her not toward the sarcophagus, but to one of the alcoves along the chamber's perimeter. Within it stood a crystalline structure unlike anything Iskra had encountered, a formation that appeared to be window rather than solid object, its surface rippling with distortions that suggested glimpses into somewhere else. "This is a thinning point," Silvain explained, his voice taking on the quality of a teacher sharing crucial knowledge. "A location where the boundary between our world and others has grown dangerously weak. Through it, we can observe what gathers beyond, what seeks entry as the barriers continue to deteriorate." He gestured for her to look more closely into the crystalline surface. Iskra approached cautiously, extending her magical senses to assess what she faced. The structure radiated ancient power, not Silvain's working, but something that predated him, perhaps even predating Kael Avvana's original existence. As she gazed into its depths, the rippling distortions gradually resolved into coherent images, glimpses of a realm that existed alongside their own, yet operated according to fundamentally different principles. Within this other place, entities moved with purpose that defied ordinary description. Beings composed of shifting patterns rather than fixed forms. Consciousness that expanded and contracted according to laws physics couldn't explain. The outer realm, Silvain named it. His voice hushed with what seemed genuine awe, despite his centuries of familiarity. Not heaven or hell as religious traditions conceive them, but a dimension that intersects with ours at certain points, under certain conditions. The entities visible through the thinning point appeared neither malevolent nor benevolent in any human sense, simply alien, operating according to imperatives that transcended ordinary moral categories. Yet their movement suggested purpose, intention, directed toward the boundary that separated their realm from the physical world. "They seek entry," Iskra observed, understanding dawning as she watched their methodical testing of the barrier between worlds. Not randomly or accidentally, but deliberately, systematically. "Yes," Silvain confirmed, pleased by her perception. They've become aware of our realm through previous thinnings, previous momentary contacts. Now they seek more permanent connection, a stable bridge between dimensions rather than temporary intersection. He gestured to inscriptions surrounding the crystalline structure, records in ancient script that documented previous incursions, previous encounters with entities from beyond the boundary. Each contact alters both realms, he explained. Their consciousness begins to operate according to our physical laws. Our reality starts to incorporate their dimensional fluidity. The result is neither one world nor the other, but a hybrid that ultimately sustains neither form of existence. The explanation aligned with what Iskra observed through the thinning point. Entities that seemed increasingly capable of interacting with physical reality, of manipulating energy in ways that affected the material world. Their methods remained alien, but their impact grew increasingly tangible. "And Kale?" she asked, turning from the disturbing vision to face Silvain directly. "How does his resurrection prevent what you've shown me?" Silvain led her back toward the central dais, where the obsidian sarcophagus waited. Kale understood the boundaries between realms more completely than any practitioner before or since, he said, his voice carrying absolute conviction. He developed methods for strengthening weakened points, for repairing breaches before they could expand beyond control. He gestured to the partially open sarcophagus, to the preserved form visible within. His consciousness retains this knowledge, understanding that cannot be adequately recorded in texts or transmitted through ordinary teaching. Direct restoration of his awareness is the only way to access methods that could prevent catastrophic merging of realms. The explanation was compelling in its internal logic, presenting resurrection not as goal, but as means to address greater threat. Yet, it conveniently overlooked the nature of the being they would restore, the methods by which Kale had originally extended his existence. "The Devourer," Iskra said quietly, using the title Elias had applied to the preserved figure. Consumer of souls to fuel his extended life. Would such a being, once restored, truly focus on boundary repair rather than satisfying appetites long denied? Silvain's perfect features composed themselves into an expression of philosophical consideration. Kale's methods reflected the knowledge available in his time, he said, neither denying nor defending the accusations implicit in the title. His understanding of consciousness as energy that could be transferred, combined, preserved, this led to approaches modern perspective might judge harshly. He moved closer to the sarcophagus, his hand hovering just above its partially opened lid. But his purpose was never mere extension of individual existence. He sought to preserve knowledge essential for humanity's continued survival in a multiverse more complex than most can comprehend. The justification was skillfully constructed, acknowledging the questionable methods while emphasizing supposedly noble purpose. It represented Silvain's worldview perfectly. Necessity, justifying means that violated fundamental human values, cosmic benefit outweighing individual harm. "And now you would restore him," Iskra observed, moving to stand opposite Silvain across the obsidian container. "Using me as the channel, the heart of the working that bridges death and life." "Not merely restore," Silvain corrected, his green eyes intense with conviction. "Transform. What emerges will incorporate your consciousness as well as his. A synthesis rather than simple resurrection. Your connection to the source, your transformed understanding of how energy flows between realms. These complement his ancient knowledge. creating something greater than either individual awareness could achieve alone. The vision he presented was seductive in its grandeur, transcendence of ordinary limitations, expansion into something beyond individual human consciousness. Yet beneath the beautiful words lay the same fundamental violation: sacrifice of autonomy justified by claimed necessity, consumption disguised as elevation. And if I agree, Iskra said carefully, maintaining her deception, what precisely does the working require of me? Silvain gestured to a position at the head of the sarcophagus, where the ritual circle inscribed on the floor formed a complex node of intersecting lines. You would stand there, at the focal point of the gathered energies. The silver markings on your skin would channel power from the source, directing it through patterns that match those preserved within the sarcophagus. He moved around the obsidian container, indicating inscriptions visible on its surface. These runes established the framework for consciousness transfer, for the merging of awareness that creates something greater than either individual component. His explanation confirmed what Iskra had already intuited, that her position at the critical juncture would indeed allow her to redirect the working's energies at the crucial moment, to sabotage the resurrection from within by subtly altering how power flowed through the silver markings on her skin. And the timing? She asked, needing this final piece of information to complete her preparation. When exactly does the transfer occur? When the alignment reaches its peak, Silvain replied, gesturing upward to suggest celestial positions invisible through the bedrock above them. When the boundaries between realms reach their thinnest point, approximately 2 hours from now, near midnight. He studied her with renewed intensity, perhaps sensing some shift in her energy despite her careful control. You truly accept the necessity of this working, despite your previous objections, despite the principles you've so passionately defended. The question required perfect balance, enough apparent conviction to satisfy his assessment without overplaying the conversion. Iskra allowed genuine emotion to show in her expression, though not the emotions Silvain would assume. I accept that boundaries between worlds are weakening, she said quietly. That what approaches through the thinning point represents threat beyond ordinary comprehension. That knowledge to address this threat must be preserved by whatever means necessary. She gestured to the silver markings visible at her wrists. These channels connect me to the working regardless of my wishes. Better to direct that connection consciously than resist what cannot be prevented. The response satisfied him. His perfect features relaxed into an expression of genuine appreciation, recognition of difficult choice made despite personal cost. Not their witch, he said softly, moving to stand directly before her. Not tool or vessel for others' purposes. Our queen, Iskra, partner in working that transcends ordinary magical practice, that reshapes reality according to conscious intention rather than blind cosmic forces. The words were perfectly calculated to appeal to her desire for agency rather than subjugation, for partnership rather than exploitation. Had she not already witnessed his fundamental dishonesty? Had she not already experienced his willingness to manipulate for his own purposes? They might have swayed her genuine conviction rather than merely advancing her deception. Queen, she repeated, allowing the word to hang between them with deliberate ambiguity. An interesting choice of term. Appropriate, Silvain insisted, his voice warming with what appeared to be genuine emotion. What emerges from this working will rule a new age of magical understanding, will guide humanity through challenges ordinary consciousness cannot comprehend. He reached out, his perfect hands gently framing her face. The gesture was unexpectedly intimate. The first time he had touched her with such personal connection, rather than the calculated guidance of a teacher. "I have waited centuries for this moment," he said softly. "For the perfect vessel to emerge from the Valen bloodline. For the ideal partner in working that will transform not just individual consciousness, but the relationship between realms." Before Iskra could respond, he leaned forward and kissed her. A gesture that combined reverence with unmistakable passion. The contact sent strange energy cascading through her transformed body, the silver markings on her skin flaring with responsive heat. For a moment, genuine temptation flickered through her consciousness. Not desire for Silvain himself, but for the power he offered, the transcendence he promised. The vision of becoming something beyond ordinary human limitation, of accessing knowledge and perception that spanned multiple realms of existence. It called to something deep within her, transformed awareness. This, she realized, was the true danger Silvain presented. Not his physical beauty or calculated charm, but his ability to offer what part of her genuinely craved. Understanding that transcended ordinary human perspective. Power that could reshape reality according to conscious intention rather than blind cosmic forces. With careful subtlety, she ended the kiss. Not with obvious rejection that might trigger his suspicion, but with gentle withdrawal that suggested acceptance of connection while maintaining personal boundary. "The working first," she said quietly, her voice steady, despite the conflicting emotions his gesture had evoked. "Completion of what you've prepared through centuries of effort. Personal matters can follow transformation when both our consciousnesses have expanded beyond current limitations." The response satisfied him completely. His perfect features composed themselves into an expression of appreciative understanding. Recognition of proper priorities despite emotional connection. "Of course," he agreed, stepping back with evident reluctance. "The alignment approaches its optimal position. We should complete final preparations." He gestured to a small antechamber visible through an archway near the dais. "There you'll find ceremonial robes prepared for your role in the working. When you're ready, return here to take your position at the focal point." The instruction provided perfect opportunity for the moment of privacy Iskra needed to complete her own preparation, to make final adjustments to how the silver markings would channel energy during the critical transfer. "How much time remains?" she asked, moving toward the indicated archway. "Perhaps 90 minutes before optimal alignment," Silvain replied, already turning his attention to adjustments of the ritual circle surrounding the sarcophagus. "Sufficient for necessary preparation without undue haste." Iskra nodded, then passed through the archway into the small antechamber beyond. As promised, ceremonial robes awaited her. Garments of midnight blue, similar to Silvain's but embroidered with silver patterns that matched the markings on her skin rather than celestial constellations. Alone for the first time since entering the manor, she allowed her carefully maintained facade to drop momentarily. The exhaustion she had feigned became genuine release of tension. The uncertainty she had hidden emerged as she contemplated what lay ahead. The deception had succeeded thus far. Silvain accepted her apparent conversion, believed she had recognized the necessity of his working despite previous moral objections. He had revealed the final details she needed, the timing of the consciousness transfer. Her position at the ritual's focal point, the exact nature of how energy would flow through the silver markings during the critical moment. Now came the most dangerous part of her plan. The subtle sabotage that would redirect those energies at the crucial juncture, that would transform resurrection into something entirely different. Not prevention of the working, but alteration of its fundamental nature, its ultimate purpose. Iskra removed her traveling clothes and donned the ceremonial robes, noting how the silver embroidery aligned perfectly with the markings on her skin. As she secured the garment, she focused intense concentration on those markings, on the channels that would direct energy during the imminent working. With delicate precision, she made final adjustments to their internal structure, changes invisible to external observation, but profound in their effect on how power would flow during the critical transfer. Where Silvain expected energy to move from source to vessel, to preserved consciousness, creating merger that elevated both, while maintaining essential purpose, Iskra established patterns that would direct that same energy toward fundamentally different outcome. Not resurrection, not merger, but dissolution of what had been preserved, release of Kyle's consciousness back into the universal flow, rather than restoration to individuated existence. The sabotage complete, she composed herself once more into the role she had chosen. The converted skeptic, the reluctant participant who had recognized necessity despite moral objection. The silver markings on her skin pulsed with controlled energy, their altered nature concealed beneath surface appearance that matched Silvain's expectations perfectly. When she emerged from the antechamber, she found the hidden crypt transformed by final preparations. Crystal focuses, positioned around the ritual circle, now glowed with gathered power. The obsidian sarcophagus stood fully opened, revealing Kale's preserved form in its entirety. A body that appeared human in shape, but existed in state between life and death, neither decayed nor truly vital. Silvain himself had changed as well, his perfect features now bearing ceremonial markings that complemented the silver patterns on Iskra's skin. Together, they formed a complete system, channels that would direct energy from source to vessel to preserved consciousness, creating the merger he had described. The alignment approaches its optimal position, he said, as she rejoined him beside the sarcophagus. Take your place at the focal point. The working begins when celestial forces reach perfect conjunction. Approximately 30 minutes from now, Iskra moved to the position he indicated, the node where the ritual circle's most complex patterns intersected at the head of the obsidian container. Standing there, she could feel energy already gathering, responding to the approaching alignment between realms. What happens exactly? She asked, maintaining her deception through apparent interest in procedural details. When the transfer begins, Silvain took position opposite her, at the foot of the sarcophagus, where complementary patterns formed another focal point in the ritual circle. Energy will flow through the silver markings, he explained, his voice taking on formal quality, appropriate to ceremonial instruction. From source to vessel, you, then through established channels, to the preserved consciousness within the sarcophagus. He gestured to the complex runic inscriptions visible on the obsidian container's interior. These patterns guide the transfer, ensuring merger rather than replacement. What emerges will incorporate both consciousnesses, your connection to the source, your transformed understanding of how energy flow between realms, combined with Kael's ancient knowledge of boundary maintenance and repair. The explanation confirmed Iskra's understanding of the working's mechanics and the vulnerability her sabotage would exploit. By altering how energy flowed through the silver markings at the critical juncture, she would transform the intended merger into something entirely different: dissolution rather than resurrection. And afterward, she asked, completing her understanding of what to expect. When the transfer completes. Transformation, Silvain replied, his green eyes intense with anticipation. The merged consciousness requires brief period for integration, for establishing equilibrium between component awarenesses. Then emergence into full functionality, with capabilities beyond what either individual consciousness could achieve alone. He gestured to preparations visible beyond the immediate ritual circle. Comfortable furnishings arranged to receive whoever or whatever emerged from the working, texts and artifacts positioned for immediate access. The initial period after emergence requires careful support, he continued. Adjustment to physical sensation after Kael's long preservation, integration of perceptual frameworks that initially may seem contradictory. My role shifts from facilitator of resurrection to guide for what emerges, ensuring smooth transition into full awareness of expanded capabilities. The detailed explanation revealed Silvain's complete confidence in the working's success. His absolute certainty that resurrection would proceed as planned, that merger would create entity aligned with his purposes rather than threat to them. This confidence would make the sabotage's effect all the more devastating when it manifested at the critical moment. As they waited for the alignment to reach its optimal position, Silvain continued sharing information about what would follow successful completion. Plans for addressing the weakening boundaries between realms, for establishing new relationship between magical practitioners and ordinary human society, for transforming understanding of consciousness itself. His vision was genuinely impressive in its scope and detail, a complete reimagining of how humanity might relate to realms beyond ordinary perception. How knowledge preserved through centuries might address challenges approaching through thinning boundaries. Had his methods respected autonomy rather than sacrificing it? Had his approach sought willing participation rather than manipulation, disguised as guidance? Iskra might have found his purpose worthy of support rather than sabotage. This recognition brought unexpected complexity to her emotions as the moment of action approached. Part of her acknowledged the potential value in what Silvain sought to accomplish. The genuine threat represented by entities visible through the thinning point. Yet this acknowledgement only strengthened her resolve to find methods that respected choice rather than sacrificing it, that addressed necessity without abandoning fundamental human values. It begins, Silvain announced as energy suddenly intensified throughout the chamber. The alignment reaches its optimal position. The boundaries between realms approach their thinnest point. The crystal focuses, surrounding the ritual circle, flared with brilliant light. The air itself seemed to vibrate with gathering power, with potential awaiting direction. The silver markings on Iskra's skin responded automatically, beginning to channel energy from the source through her transformed body towards the preserved consciousness within the obsidian sarcophagus. This was the critical moment, when her sabotage would manifest, when the altered channels would redirect that energy toward dissolution rather than resurrection. Maintaining perfect composure, despite the immense forces flowing through her transformed body, Iskra, allowed the working to proceed exactly as Silvain expected, until the precise instant when transfer between vessel and preserved consciousness began. Then, with delicate precision, born of days of preparation, she activated the changes she had established within the silver markings. Energy that should have flowed into the sarcophagus, that should have initiated merger between her consciousness and Kale's preserved awareness, instead formed patterns of dissolution, channels that would release what had been preserved rather than restoring it to individuated existence. For one crucial moment, Silvain failed to recognize what was happening. The working appeared to proceed as planned, energy flowing through established channels toward apparent resurrection. Only when the patterns of dissolution began affecting the preserved form within the sarcophagus, when Kale's body started shifting from its state between life and death toward true dissolution, did understanding dawn in Silvain's perfect features. "What have you done?" he demanded, horror replacing anticipation as he recognized the sabotage unfolding before him. "The channels. You've altered their fundamental structure." It was too late for intervention. The working had passed its critical juncture, energy now flowing, according to patterns Iskra had established rather than those Silvain had intended. The preserved body within the obsidian sarcophagus continued its transformation, not toward resurrection, but toward release, toward return to the universal flow from which all consciousness ultimately emerged, and to which it eventually returned. "Not resurrection," Iskra confirmed, maintaining her position despite Silvain's growing fury. "Release. Return to the natural cycle you interrupted with preservation, with consumption of others to maintain individuated existence beyond its proper term." Silvain's handsome face contorted with rage and desperation. He gestured sharply, attempting to disrupt the working through direct magical intervention. But the energies now flowing through the established channels had gained momentum beyond individual control. A current that could be directed at its source, but not interrupted once fully engaged. "You've doomed us all," he snarled, abandoning his usual composure as the full implications of her sabotage became apparent. Without Kale's knowledge, without his understanding of boundary maintenance, the thinning points will continue deteriorating. What approaches will enter unopposed will transform our realm according to principles that negate physical existence itself. The accusation carried genuine conviction, belief that her action threatened far more than his personal plans or ambitions. Yet Iskra maintained her position, her transformed hands continuing to direct energy according to the patterns she had established. "There are other ways to address weakening boundaries," she replied steadily. "Methods that don't require resurrection of one who consumed souls to extend his existence. Knowledge that can be shared rather than hoarded. Approaches that respect choice rather than sacrificing it." As she spoke, the dissolution within the obsidian sarcophagus accelerated. Kale's preserved form shifted further from its state between life and death, its physical substance beginning to transform into pure energy. Consciousness returning to the universal flow rather than maintaining individuated existence. Silvain made one final, desperate attempt to salvage his centuries of preparation. He lunged forward, placing his hands directly on the dissolving form within the sarcophagus, attempting to establish direct connection that might preserve some portion of Kale's consciousness, despite the sabotaged working. The contact proved catastrophic. Energy flowing through the established channels responded to this unexpected intervention by incorporating Silvain himself into the dissolution process. The perfect features that had remained unchanged through centuries began to shift, to age, to transform, as the preservation that had maintained his extended existence unraveled under the same forces now releasing Coil's consciousness. "What have you done?" he repeated, his voice losing its melodious quality as his physical form began reflecting his true age. Centuries of preparation, generations of careful work, all undone by one untrained girl's misguided principles. Despite his fury, despite the dissolution now affecting his own extended existence, Silvain maintained enough awareness to make one final attempt at salvaging something from the catastrophe. He reached toward Iskra across the obsidian sarcophagus, his transforming hand extended in desperate appeal. "Join with me," he urged, his voice growing weaker as dissolution progressed. "Merge consciousness as intended. Preserve what knowledge remains before complete dissolution. Save what can be saved from centuries of accumulated wisdom." The appeal was skillfully crafted even in extremity, offering preservation of valuable knowledge rather than personal survival, suggesting sacrifice for greater good rather than desperate attempt to maintain individuated existence. For a moment, Iskra considered the possibility. That merger might indeed preserve understanding that could address weakening boundaries between realms. That dissolution might destroy knowledge humanity would eventually need. Then she recognized the manipulation still present even in Silvain's final moments. The attempt to use her principles against her, to exploit her concern for greater good, just as he had attempted to use her connection to the source for his own purposes. "Knowledge preserved through willing sharing survives," she replied, maintaining her position as the working continued toward completion. "Understanding transmitted through respect for others' autonomy endures beyond individual existence. What dissolves here is not wisdom humanity needs, but methods that violated fundamental values in claiming to preserve it." Silvain's expression contorted with final fury as dissolution accelerated. His physical form continued transforming, not merely aging, but shifting toward the same release, now affecting Kael's preserved body. The centuries of extended existence, maintained through methods similar to those that had preserved the ancient practitioner, now unraveled under the same forces Iskra had directed against the resurrection ritual. "You understand nothing," he managed through increasingly insubstantial form. "What approaches through thinning boundaries will devour your principles along with physical existence itself. Without knowledge now dissolving, without methods you reject as violation, humanity faces transformation far beyond mere death." They were his final words before dissolution completed. Before consciousness that had maintained individuated existence for centuries beyond natural term returned to the universal flow from which all awareness ultimately emerged and to which it eventually returned. The working continued for several minutes more, energy flowing through established channels until both Coil's preserved form and Silvain's extended existence had fully dissolved, returned to the natural cycle their methods had interrupted. Then, gradually, the forces engaged by the ritual dissipated, the crystal focuses surrounding the circle dimmed, and the hidden crypt returned to relative stillness. Iskra remained at her position, her transformed body adjusting to the immense energies that had flowed through it during the working. The silver markings on her skin had changed once more, their patterns altered by the forces they had channeled, their connection to Silvain's purpose fully severed by his dissolution. As the final energies dispersed, she became aware of subtle shift in the chamber's atmosphere. The thinning point Silvain had shown her, the crystalline structure that provided glimpses of the outer realm, had changed during the working. Its surface no longer rippled with distortions, suggesting imminent breach. Instead, it had stabilized into more defined boundary, still transparent to perception, but less immediately vulnerable to incursion. Moving carefully on legs unsteady from the working's demands, Iskra approached the crystalline structure. Through its stabilized surface, she could still observe entities moving in the outer realm. Beings composed of shifting patterns rather than fixed forms, consciousness that expanded and contracted according to laws physics couldn't explain. But their movement no longer suggested imminent entry into the physical world. Their testing of the boundary between realms had paused, their attention directed elsewhere. Understanding dawned as she studied this unexpected development. The energies released through dissolution of both Kael's preserved consciousness and Silvain's extended existence had somehow strengthened the boundary between realms, had addressed the very weakness Silvain had claimed only resurrection could repair. Not through methods he had intended, but through release of what had been unnaturally preserved. Through return to the universal flow of consciousness that had been maintained in individuated existence beyond its proper term. The natural cycle, restored rather than further interrupted, had itself addressed the imbalance that threatened boundary between worlds. The realization brought both vindication and humbling perspective. Her sabotage had indeed prevented resurrection that might have threatened far more than Ravnvik or her personal autonomy. Yet the outcome had manifested through processes she hadn't fully anticipated or understood. Natural rebalancing rather than deliberate intervention. As strength gradually returned to her transformed body, Iskra turned her attention to practical matters. The hidden crypt, with its artifacts and texts, represented repository of knowledge accumulated through centuries. Some potentially valuable, despite the questionable methods of those who had gathered it. Decisions about this legacy would require careful consideration, consultation with what remained of the Sisterhood and others who might help distinguish beneficial understanding from dangerous manipulation. For now, her most immediate concern was returning to Ravnvik, to Elias waiting at Agatha's cottage, to the village still threatened by both blood sigils and inquisitors who might not distinguish between harmful workings and beneficial ones. The dissolution of Silvain and his centuries-old working had likely affected the blood sigils he had established throughout the region, but confirmation of their neutralization required direct investigation. With final glance at the obsidian sarcophagus, now empty of both physical form and preserved consciousness, Iskra left the ritual circle and moved toward the chamber's entrance. The massive silver door responded to her approach, sliding silently aside despite Silvain's dissolution. The markings on her skin still resonated with the patterns engraved in the metal, though their connection had fundamentally changed with the working's completion. As she began the long ascent up the spiral staircase, Iskra reflected on the night's events, on deception that had led to truth, on sabotage that had restored natural balance, on dissolution that had strengthened rather than weakened boundary between realms. The outcome had vindicated her rejection of methods that sacrificed autonomy for claimed necessity, that justified violation of fundamental values through appeal to greater cosmic purpose. Yet questions remained that would require careful consideration in days ahead. if entities from the outer realm truly sought entry into the physical world, if boundaries between realms continued weakening despite temporary stabilization, how might such challenges be addressed through methods that respected choice rather than sacrificing it? What knowledge preserved in the hidden crypt might prove valuable despite its questionable origins? How could understanding be shared rather than hoarded, approaches developed that maintained fundamental human values while addressing threats beyond ordinary comprehension? These questions would shape whatever path she followed after tonight's transformation. Not just of ritual working sabotaged from within, but of her own understanding regarding power and its proper use, regarding knowledge and how it might be preserved without consuming those who carried it. For now, as she emerged from the hidden passage into the manor's grand hall, Iskra focused on immediate return to Ravnvik, to those who waited for news of her confrontation with Silvain, to village still requiring protection from both magical influence and misguided persecution. Dawn approached, bringing with it promise she had made to Elias. "Until dawn," she had said as they parted. Now she would fulfill that promise, returning with news of sabotage successful beyond her initial intention. Dissolution that had addressed the very threat Silvain had claimed only resurrection could counter. The manor stood silent around her as she moved toward its massive entrance doors. Whatever followers had remained loyal to Silvain appeared to have departed. Perhaps sensing the dissolution of their patron's extended existence. Perhaps fleeing consequences they anticipated from his working's failure. The building itself seemed diminished somehow, its grandeur reduced without the presence that had maintained it through centuries of changing fortune. Outside, the night sky showed first hints of approaching dawn, faint lightening along the eastern horizon, visible beyond the promontory's edge. Iskra paused on the manor's stone steps, drawing deep breath of salt-tinged air as she prepared for journey back to Ravnvik. The silver markings on her skin pulsed with renewed energy, their patterns continuing to evolve as her transformation adjusted to the immense forces channeled during the ritual working. Whatever challenges awaited in days ahead, whether addressing remaining blood sigils, confronting inquisitors who might not distinguish between harmful workings and beneficial ones, or exploring implications of boundary between realms temporarily stabilized through unexpected means, she would face them with clearer understanding of her own purpose, stronger commitment to methods that respected choice rather than sacrificing it, deeper appreciation for natural cycles that maintained balance when artificial preservation threatened it. With this resolve guiding her steps, Iskra began her journey back to Ravnvik, to those who waited for her return, to future shaped by choices made this final night, when deception had revealed truth more profound than she had initially sought. Chapter 17. Blood and Fire. The full moon hung like a silver eye above Ravnvik, bathing the coastal village in ethereal light. 3 days had passed since Iskra's confrontation with Silvain in the manor. 3 days of uneasy preparation as both sides gathered their strength for what would come. The Inquisitors had established checkpoints throughout the village, their crimson cloaks stark against the grey stone buildings as they questioned residents about signs of corruption. Meanwhile, Silvain's remaining followers moved with a quiet purpose through shadows, completing preparations for the ritual he had planned for generations. In Agatha's cottage, Iskra stood before a small mirror, studying the silver markings that now covered much of her skin. They had evolved since her confrontation with Silvain, forming more complex patterns that pulsed with their own inner light. The transformation that had begun months ago with the Mandrake's awakening was approaching some culmination she could sense but not fully comprehend. "It's time," she said quietly, turning to where Elias and Agatha waited. "The celestial alignment Silvain spoke of reaches its peak tonight. Whatever he intends with the blood sigils, it happens now." Elias nodded grimly, checking the weapons concealed beneath his cloak. "The Sisterhood members who remained loyal to Madeline will create a diversion near the eastern checkpoint. It should draw most of the Inquisitors away from the ritual site." "And you're certain of its location?" Agatha asked, her weathered hands preparing packets of herbs and powders that might prove useful in what lay ahead. "The old stone circle beyond the northern cliffs," Iskra confirmed. "The silver markings respond more strongly when I face in that direction. Whatever connection Silvain established still exists, still pulls me toward the working he prepared." She touched the Mandrake amulet at her throat, drawing comfort from its familiar weight. "The blood sigils throughout the village form a larger pattern centered on that ancient site. The affected villagers will be drawn there as the alignment peaks." 12 marked villagers, Elias noted, "positioned to form a perfect circle around whatever or whoever stands at its center." The implication hung in the air between them. Despite Iskra's rejection of Silvain's purpose, despite her reclaiming of the silver markings for her own use, the connection established through them made her the natural focal point for the working he had designed. "I must be there," she stated, voicing what they all understood. Not to participate as Silvain intended, but to disrupt the ritual from within, as I planned to do at the manor before circumstances changed. Elias's expression tightened with concern. "The risk is substantial. If the blood sigils activate fully, if the 12 affected villagers complete the circle with you at its center, then I become the conduit for whatever power Silvain intended to channel," Iskra finished. "I know, but I also know the silver markings better now, understand how to redirect energies that flow through them. What he designed as a channel for resurrection, I can transform into something else entirely." Agatha studied her with ancient eyes that had witnessed generations of magical workings. "And the Mandrake? Its role in this ritual cannot be ignored. Silvain called it the catalyst, the spark that bridges death and life." Iskra's hand rose instinctively to the amulet. "It remains connected to my bloodline, to my mother's teachings. Whatever power it holds serves my intention, not Silvain's." The old healer nodded slowly, though concern remained evident in her lined face. "The Mandrake has its own nature, child. Its power transforms according to the fire that awakens it. Be wary of assuming complete control over what it might become when fully ignited." The warning added to Iskra's unease, yet strengthened her resolve. Whatever dangers lay ahead, whatever transformation the ritual might trigger, facing it directly offered better chance of controlling the outcome than allowing Silvain's design to unfold unopposed. "We should go," Elias said, noting the position of the moon through the cottage window. "The alignment approaches its peak within the hour." Iskra gathered her cloak, concealing the glowing silver markings that might draw unwanted attention as they moved through the village. Beneath the heavy fabric, her transformed skin hummed with anticipation, with energy gathering in response to the approaching celestial event. "Remember," Agatha said as they prepared to depart, "the blood sigils bind unwilling participants. Breaking that binding requires not opposition, but transformation, changing the fundamental nature of the connection, rather than merely severing it. The advice aligned with what Iskra had learned through her confrontation with Silvain, through her reclaiming of the silver markings he had established on her skin. Not rejection, but redirection. Not destruction, but transformation of purpose. "I understand," she assured the old healer. "Whatever power flows through the circle tonight, I'll guide toward healing rather than harm." They moved through Ravnvik like shadows, avoiding the Inquisitor's checkpoints, by following routes Elias had scouted during previous days. The village seemed unnaturally quiet, its usual evening activities subdued by both the Order's presence and some unconscious awareness of energies gathering in the air. As they approached the northern edge of the settlement, Iskra felt the pull of the ritual site growing stronger. The silver markings beneath her cloak pulse more rapidly, resonating with power being channeled through the blood sigils scattered throughout the village. "They're already gathering," Elias murmured, as they crested a small rise overlooking the ancient stone circle. "The affected villagers." In the moonlight, Iskra could see figures moving with unnatural synchronization toward the weathered stones that had stood on this clifftop since before recorded history. Local legends claimed the circle had been a site of communion between worlds, a place where boundaries thinned and communication with other realms became possible. Now it served as focus for Silvain's design, a working prepared through centuries of patient manipulation, of knowledge gathered and preserved regardless of the cost to those who carried it. "Levaya is there," Iskra noted, recognizing the stern-faced woman who had remained loyal to Silvain, despite the revelation of his true purpose, and others from the sisterhood who followed him from the manor. 8 robed figures stood at cardinal points around the stone circle, their hands raised in gestures that directed energy flowing through invisible channels in the earth beneath them. Between these positioned practitioners, the affected villagers were taking their places. 12 ordinary people whose bodies had been marked with blood sigils without their knowledge or consent. "They're completing the outer circle," Elias observed with professional assessment, "establishing the boundary of the working before activating its core." Iskra nodded, recognizing the magical strategy involved. The outer participants, both willing practitioners and unwilling vessels, would create container for power that would then be directed toward whatever stood at the circle's center. "I need to reach the center before they complete the formation," she said, already moving forward with determined stride. "Once the circle closes, crossing its boundary becomes far more difficult." Elias matched her pace, his hand resting on concealed weapons. "I'll create distraction if needed. The practitioners will recognize me as threat. We'll focus on former Inquisitor rather than what you intend at the circle's heart." The strategy was sound, though Iskra disliked placing him in such direct danger. The Sisterhood members loyal to Silvain would show no mercy to one they viewed as enemy to their purpose, especially one with connection to the Order they had opposed for generations. As they approached the ancient site, Livia's head turned sharply in their direction. The stern-faced woman's eyes narrowed with recognition, then widened with what might have been surprise at Iskra's deliberate approach. "She comes willingly," Livia called to her fellow practitioners, "as Silvain foresaw." The statement confirmed what Iskra had suspected, that despite his absence, Silvain's design continued unfolding according to plans established before their confrontation at the manor. Whether through instructions left with his followers or workings set in motion before his dissolution, his influence remained active in events now approaching culmination. "Let me pass," Iskra demanded as she reached the outer perimeter where practitioners and affected villagers formed the containing circle. "What occurs here tonight is connected to the silver markings I carry. I have right to stand at its center." Livia studied her with calculated assessment, noting the controlled power evident despite Iskra's concealing cloak. "Silvain said you would come," she replied, her voice carrying formal quality appropriate to ceremonial occasion. "Said your opposition would transform to recognition of necessity as the alignment approached." The misinterpretation of her purpose provided perfect opportunity. Iskra allowed the silver markings to glow more visibly beneath her cloak, suggesting acceptance of the role Silvain had designed for her. "I've seen what approaches through the thinning boundaries," she stated, offering truth that served her deception. "Recognized threat beyond what I initially understood." Livia's stern features relaxed slightly, satisfaction replacing suspicion. "Then take your place," she said, gesturing toward the circle's empty center. "The vessel awaits its catalyst." The phrasing sent chill through Iskra despite her preparation. Vessel and catalyst, terms Silvain had used to describe her role in the resurrection he had planned. Whatever working his followers now completed in his absence, it clearly maintained essential elements of his original design. "I go alone," she insisted, as Elias moved to accompany her through the opening Livia indicated. "The working requires single focus at its center." Her companion's grey eyes met hers with silent communication, understanding of her strategy, coupled with evident concern for its dangers. After brief hesitation, he nodded once, accepting her decision, while positioning himself where he could observe the entire circle and intervene if necessary. Iskra moved forward alone, passing between two of the affected villagers, whose crimson flashing eyes tracked her movement with unnatural fixation. As she crossed the boundary established by the outer participants, she felt immediate change in the energies surrounding her, intensification of power being gathered, acceleration of whatever process Silvain had designed. At the circle's center stood a stone altar that predated even the surrounding formation, a single massive slab of material not found in the coastal region, its surface inscribed with symbols partially worn away by centuries of exposure. Upon this ancient platform lay an object that sent another chill through Iskra's transformed awareness. A preserved Mandrake root nearly identical to the one she carried as amulet, but larger and emanating power that suggested centuries of careful cultivation. "The Master's Mandrake," Livia explained, noting Iskra's recognition. "Grown from the same ancient source as the one you carry, but nurtured through generations of proper tending. Together, they form the perfect catalyst for what comes tonight." The revelation added new dimension to Iskra's understanding of Silvain's design. Not just her transformed body with its silver markings. Not just the blood sigils connecting unwilling participants in containing circle, but paired mandrakes representing different aspects of the same primal power. One connected to her bloodline, one to Silvain's centuries of manipulation. As she approached the altar, the amulet at her throat grew warm against her skin, responding to proximity of its larger counterpart. The silver markings covering much of her body pulsed more rapidly, resonating with energies being channeled through the blood sigils and the practitioners positioned around the circle. "The alignment approaches its peak," Livia announced, her voice carrying throughout the ancient site. Take your position, Catalyst. Fulfill the purpose for which you have been prepared. The formal address confirmed Iskra's role in whatever working unfolded. Not merely participant, but essential component. The element that would transform gathered power into specific outcome. This central position offered perfect opportunity for the disruption she intended, yet also placed her at greatest risk should the energies prove stronger than her ability to redirect them. With deliberate ceremony that disguised her true purpose, Iskra removed her concealing cloak. The silver markings covering much of her skin now glowed brightly in the moonlight, their patterns pulsing with gathered power. Several of the practitioners gasped at the extent of her transformation. The runic channels that had evolved far beyond what Silvain had initially established. "The vessel is ready," one of them murmured, awe evident in her voice. More perfect than even the master foresaw, Iskra stepped onto the ancient altar, standing beside the preserved Mandrake Silvain had apparently cultivated through centuries of careful attention. From this elevated position, she could see the entire formation, 8 willing practitioners at cardinal points, 12 affected villages between them, all connected by lines of power visible to her transformed perception. And beyond this immediate circle, she sensed something else. A thinning in the boundary between worlds, similar to what Silvain had shown her beneath the manor. The ancient stone circle had indeed been established at point where communion between realms became possible, where barriers separating different forms of existence grew naturally weaker. "Begin," Livia commanded, raising her hands in gesture that activated the blood sigils, marking the unwilling villagers. The affected participants responded immediately, their eyes flaring crimson as the markings hidden beneath their skin became visible. Patterns that matched elements of the silver lines covering Iskra's transformed body. Energy began flowing through these connections, gathering at the circle's center where she stood beside Silvain's preserved Mandrake. As power accumulated around her, Iskra maintained outward compliance while making subtle adjustments to how energy flowed through the silver markings on her skin. Where Silvain's design intended channeling towards specific outcome, presumably still some form of resurrection or manifestation despite his absence, she established redirections that would transform the working's fundamental nature at its critical juncture. The ritual's first phase proceeded without complication. The outer circle stabilized, creating perfect container for energies being gathered from both participants and the approaching celestial alignment. The preserved Mandrake on the altar began to glow with inner light that matched the pulsing of the amulet at Iskra's throat. The silver markings on her skin responded to both, creating connections that linked these different expressions of the same primal power. Then, as the moon reached position directly overhead, marking the alignment's peak, something unexpected occurred. The concentrated energies flowing through established channels triggered vision that overwhelmed Iskra's ordinary perception. Not memory or imagination, but glimpse of potential future unfolding from this critical moment. She saw Ravnvik transformed, not destroyed, but altered in fundamental ways that made it simultaneously familiar and unrecognizable. The village buildings remained, but the substance had changed, becoming partially transparent to certain frequencies of light. The inhabitants moved through daily activities with subtle differences in how they interacted with physical environment. Passing through solid objects at times, manipulating matter through thought, rather than touch at others. Beyond the village, similar transformations spread across the landscape. A merging of physical reality with principles from the outer realm Silvain had shown her. Not complete replacement of one world by another, but hybridization that incorporated elements of both, that allowed entities from beyond the boundary to manifest alongside human consciousness. And at the center of this transformed reality stood figure that wore her face, but emanated presence far beyond her individual identity. Consciousness expanded to incorporate awareness from beyond ordinary human perception. Knowledge that spanned multiple realms of existence. This future self directed the ongoing transformation with perfect confidence, with absolute certainty that merger between worlds represented elevation rather than destruction. The vision shifted, showing alternative outcome from this same critical moment. In this potential future, the ritual's energies dispersed rather than concentrated. The blood sigils dissolved rather than activated fully. The boundary between worlds remained intact, not sealed completely, but maintained at natural thickness that allowed limited communion without uncontrolled merging. Ravnvik continued as recognizably human settlement, its inhabitants retaining ordinary relationship with physical reality, while gradually developing greater awareness of energies flowing beneath visible surface. Magic existed alongside mundane activities, neither dominating nor dominated, but integrated as complementary aspects of more complete understanding. In this future, Iskra saw herself not as singular directing consciousness, but as one among many practitioners, working to maintain balance between different forms of existence. Powerful through her transformation, but connected to human community that provided context and purpose for her abilities. The contrasting visions represented diverging paths, extending from this moment, from choices she would make as the ritual reached its culmination. Not good versus evil in any simple sense, but fundamentally different understandings of relationship between human consciousness and forces beyond ordinary perception. As the vision faded, returning her awareness to immediate physical surroundings, Iskra recognized the critical juncture approaching in the ritual's progression. The energies gathered through blood sigils and willing practitioners had reached level that required direction, channel toward specific outcome rather than continued accumulation. Levaya and the other sisterhood members positioned around the circle began final sequence of gestures, activating patterns that would complete Silvain's design despite his absence. The affected villagers responded automatically, their crimson eyes fixed on Iskra as their blood sigils pulsed in unison. "The vessel opens," Livia intoned, her voice carrying formal quality of ceremonial declaration. "The catalyst ignites. What was separated merges. What was divided becomes whole." The preserved mandrake on the altar flared with brilliant light that matched sudden heat from the amulet at Iskra's throat. The silver markings on her skin responded to both, creating channels that would direct the accumulated energy toward whatever outcome Silvain had intended, presumably still some form of manifestation that would transform boundary between worlds according to his understanding of necessity. This was the moment Iskra had prepared for, the critical juncture when her subtle redirections could transform the working's fundamental nature. With perfect focus born of months of practice and recent intense preparation, she activated the changes she had established within the silver markings, altering how energy would flow through her transformed body at the ritual's peak. The effect manifested immediately. Power that should have channeled according to Silvain's design instead followed pathways Iskra had created, not toward manifestation or resurrection, but toward dissolution of the very connections being exploited. The blood sigils marking the unwilling villagers flickered as their fundamental nature transformed, the compulsion they represented changing to liberation. Levia recognized the disruption instantly, her stern features contorted with fury as she realized Iskra's true purpose. "Betrayer!" she cried, abandoning ceremonial formality for direct accusation. "You corrupt the Master's working!" The other practitioners responded to her alarm, attempting to compensate for the unexpected redirection by intensifying their own channeling efforts. Energy surged through the circle with renewed force, threatening to overwhelm Iskra's carefully established alterations with sheer power. In this moment of crisis, with competing intentions creating dangerous instability in the gathered energies, Iskra made decision that transformed the working beyond what either side had intended. She grasped the Mandrake amulet at her throat and placed it directly against Silvain's preserved counterpart on the altar. "Not corruption, but purification," she declared, her voice carrying power that made the air itself vibrate. "Not betrayal, but liberation from designs that sacrifice choice for claim necessity." The contact between the two mandrakes, one connected to her bloodline and its traditions of balance, one to Silvain's centuries of manipulation, created reaction beyond what either side had anticipated. Both flared with blinding light as primal power recognized its divided self as separated aspects of the same fundamental energy reunited after generations of artificial division. Fire erupted from the contact point, not ordinary flame, but manifestation of transformative energy that ancient texts had always associated with the mandrake's true nature. This purifying fire spread rapidly, following channels established by both Silvain's original design and Iskra's subsequent alterations. It reached the blood sigils marking the unwilling villagers, burning away the compulsion that had bound them to the ritual without harming the individuals themselves. It flowed through the silver markings on Iskra's skin, transforming their patterns into configurations that maintained connection to the source while severing links to Silvain's specific purpose. And most significantly, it spread to the boundary between worlds that the ancient stone circle had been established to access. Rather than thinning this separation further as Silvain had intended, the purifying fire strengthened it, not sealing completely, but restoring natural balance that allowed communion without uncontrolled merging. The mandrakes themselves were consumed in this transformative fire. Both the preserved root Silvain had cultivated through centuries and the amulet that had connected Iskra to her mother's teachings. They burned away completely, their physical substance transformed into pure energy that dispersed throughout the working, changing its fundamental nature at every level. As the fire reached its peak intensity, Iskra felt her consciousness expanding beyond ordinary perception. Not in the dominating manner shown in her first vision, but in the balanced integration revealed by the second. Her awareness extended to encompass the entire circle, to perceive directly how energy flowed through each participant and connection. She saw the blood sigils dissolving completely, freeing the unwilling villagers from compulsion that had bound them to Silvain's purpose. She witnessed the silver markings on her own skin transforming into simpler patterns that maintained her connection to the source without the elaborate channels Silvain had established for his specific design. And beyond the immediate ritual, She sensed the boundary between worlds, responding to the working's transformed nature, stabilizing at natural thickness that allowed limited communion without uncontrolled merging, that maintained distinction between different forms of existence while permitting awareness of their complementary relationship. The fire gradually subsided as its transformative work completed. The affected villagers collapsed to the ground, freed from the blood sigils that had controlled them, but exhausted by the energy that had flowed through their unwilling bodies. The practitioners positioned around the circle stood in stunned silence, their carefully prepared working having produced outcome entirely different from what they had intended. Livia recovered first, her stern features contorted with mixture of fury and disbelief. "What have you done?" she demanded, advancing toward the altar where Iskra stood amid lingering traces of the transformative fire. The master's design, centuries of preparation, all undone by your interference. Before she could reach the central platform, Elias intercepted her, his sword drawn, but positioned defensively, rather than threatening immediate harm. "The working is complete," he stated with calm authority that belied the tension evident in his stance. Its outcome determined not by Silvain's design alone, but by choice made at the critical moment. The other practitioners hesitated, uncertain how to respond to ritual that had neither failed completely nor succeeded as intended. The energies they had helped gather had indeed transformed the boundary between worlds, not by thinning it further as Silvain had planned, but by restoring balance that allowed communion without uncontrolled merging. Iskra stepped down from the altar, her transformed body adjusting to the immense energies that had flowed through it during the working. The silver markings on her skin had changed significantly, their patterns simplified, purified by the transformative fire that had consumed both mandrakes. "The blood circle is broken," she announced, her voice carrying quiet authority born of direct participation in the working's transformation. The unwilling are freed from compulsion that bound them. The boundary between worlds restored to natural balance rather than artificially thinned or sealed. She gestured to the affected villagers, now beginning to stir, confusion replacing the crimson glow that had filled their eyes throughout the ritual. "Help them," she instructed the stunned practitioners. "Your knowledge of healing can ease their transition back to normal consciousness." Several of the Sisterhood members moved immediately to assist the recovering villagers, their training in magical healing overriding loyalty to Silvain's disrupted purpose. Others remained with Livia, their expressions conflicted as they assessed outcomes so different from what they had prepared to achieve. "This changes nothing," Livia declared, though uncertainty beneath her defiant tone suggested otherwise. The Master's vision extends beyond single working, beyond individual ritual. What he set in motion continues despite your interference. Iskra regarded her with compassion rather than opposition, recognizing genuine belief behind the stern woman's loyalty to Silvain's purposes. "What continues is opportunity to choose better methods," she replied quietly. "To seek communion between worlds through willing participation rather than compulsion, through respect for boundaries that exist for reasons beyond our complete understanding." She gestured to the ancient stone circles surrounding them, to the site established generations before either Silvain's manipulations or her own bloodline's traditions. This place was created for communion, not conquest, for exchange between different forms of existence, not domination of one by another. The perspective she offered, connection without compulsion, communion without conquest, visibly affected several of the practitioners who had remained with Livia. Their expressions shifted from hostility to consideration, from rejection to potential reconsideration of methods they had accepted without questioning their fundamental nature. Before further discussion could develop, new tension entered the night air. From the direction of Ravnvik came sounds of approaching conflict, shouts and occasional flashes of light, suggesting confrontation between magical practitioners and opposing forces. The Inquisitors, Elias identified immediately, his military training evident in how quickly he assessed the distant sounds. The diversion has ended. They moved this way in force. The announcement created immediate common concern among all present, both those who had supported Silvain's purpose and those who had opposed it. The Order's Inquisitors represented threat to all forms of magical practice, making no distinction between harmful workings and beneficial ones. We must disperse, Livia decided. Pragmatism overriding ideological differences in face of shared danger. Separate and find safety before they arrive in sufficient numbers to overwhelm even our combined abilities. The practical assessment was sound. Despite the ritual's transformation, energy lingering in the ancient stone circle would be immediately detectable to approaching Inquisitors, confirming their suspicions of significant magical working and justifying whatever purification they deemed necessary. The villagers need protection, Iskra insisted, gesturing to the recovering participants, who had been marked with blood sigils without their knowledge or consent. They bear no responsibility for involvement in this working. Livia nodded curtly, recognizing validity of this concern despite her continued opposition to how Iskra had transformed the ritual's outcome. "We will ensure their safety," she promised, gesturing to her fellow practitioners. "Our remaining differences can be addressed when immediate danger has passed." The temporary alliance formed by shared threat represented unexpected positive outcome from the night's events. Potential beginning of dialogue between different approaches to magical practice, between traditions that had opposed each other through generations of conflict. As the practitioners moved quickly to assist still recovering villagers, helping them away from the ritual site, before approaching Inquisitors could identify them as participants, Elias rejoined Iskra beside the now empty altar. "The Mandrake is gone," he observed, noting the absence of both Silvain's preserved root and the amulet she had carried since her mother's death, consumed entirely in whatever fire manifested at the ritual's peak. Iskra nodded, her hand rising instinctively to her throat, where the familiar weight no longer rested. "Transformed rather than destroyed," she corrected gently. Its energy dispersed throughout the working, changing its nature at fundamental level. She gestured to the silver markings visible on her skin, to the simplified patterns that had replaced Silvain's elaborate channels. "As these have been transformed, connection to the source remains, but directed by my intention rather than his design." Elias studied the changes with careful attention, noting how the markings now followed more natural flows through her body, rather than the artificial configurations Silvain had established for his specific purpose. "And the boundary between worlds? Has that truly been restored to balance rather than further weakened?" In answer, Iskra extended her transformed perception toward the thinning point the ancient stone circle had been established to access. Through this enhanced awareness, she could sense the boundary between realms. no longer dangerously thin as Silvain had warned, but stabilized at natural thickness that allowed limited communion without uncontrolled merging. Balance restored, she confirmed, relief evident in her voice, despite exhaustion from the working's demands. Not sealed completely. That would violate natural order as surely as uncontrolled merging, but strengthened where artificial thinning had created vulnerability. The confirmation brought visible relief to Elias's expression, though concern quickly returned as sounds of approaching Inquisitors grew louder. "We should go," he urged, gesturing toward path leading away from both the ritual site and the advancing order forces. "The transformation is complete, the immediate threat addressed. No purpose served by confrontation we're ill-prepared to face." Iskra nodded, recognizing wisdom in strategic withdrawal. The night's working had demanded immense energy, leaving her transformed body in need of recovery before facing additional challenges. And while the blood circle had indeed been broken, while the boundary between worlds had been restored to natural balance, other threats remained that would require careful consideration in days ahead. As they moved away from the ancient stone circle, following path that would avoid both returning practitioners and advancing inquisitors, Iskra cast one final glance at the altar where transformative fire had consumed both mandrakes. Though their physical forms had been destroyed, she sensed lingering presence of the energy they had embodied. Not gone completely, but dispersed throughout the working, changing its nature at every level. That transformation extended to her own understanding of power and its proper use, of boundaries between worlds and why they existed, of balance that maintained distinction between different forms of existence while permitting awareness of their complementary relationship. What had begun as simple opposition to Silvain's methods had evolved into more nuanced perspective on communion without conquest, on connection without compulsion. With this deeper understanding guiding her steps, Iskra left the ancient site where blood and fire had transformed ritual, designed for one purpose, into working that served another entirely. Liberation rather than compulsion. Restoration rather than disruption. Balance rather than domination. Whatever challenges awaited in days ahead, she would face them with this hard-won wisdom, this painful but necessary recognition of both powers' potential and its proper limitations. Chapter 18. The Collapse. The earth trembled beneath Ravnvik, a deep rumbling that rattled windows and sent dishes crashing from shelves. Villagers emerged from their homes, faces upturned toward the manor that loomed on the hillside above them. Even from this distance, they could see dust rising from the structure as ancient stonework began to shift and settle. In Agatha's cottage, Iskra jolted awake from fitful sleep, the silver markings on her skin pulsing with warning. 3 days had passed since the ritual at the stone circle. 3 days of uneasy recovery as her transformed body adjusted to the immense energies that had flowed through it. Now something new demanded her attention. A disturbance centered not on the ritual site, but on Silvain's manor itself. "The crypt," she whispered, suddenly understanding. "The working beneath the manor is destabilizing." Elias was already on his feet, gathering weapons with a practiced efficiency. "The boundary restoration," he surmised. "It's affecting the preservation spells Silvain established." Iskra nodded, pulling on her boots and a simple dress that wouldn't restrict movement. The silver markings on her skin continued their urgent pulsing, responding to magical disruption she could sense even at this distance. "We need to go there," she said. knowing he would object even before his expression hardened. Not just to witness Elias. There are artifacts in that crypt that could cause tremendous harm if released without proper containment. The Inquisitors have established perimeter around the manor, he reminded her. Approaching openly would mean immediate arrest, or worse. Then we don't approach openly. She gestured to the silver markings visible on her arms. These connect me to the working beneath the manor. I can sense paths that remain hidden, entrances Silvain established for emergencies. Agatha entered from her workroom, her weathered face grave with concern. The disturbance wakes old magics throughout the region, she confirmed. Whatever collapses beneath the manor releases energies bound for centuries. The old healer handed Iskra a small pouch of herbs and powders. For protection, she explained, and for containment if needed. The boundary restoration affects all workings that violated natural balance, including whatever preservations Silvain established around Kyle's remains. The implication sent chill through Iskra despite the warm morning air. If the spells preserving Kyle's ancient body were failing, if the containments around artifacts gathered through centuries of manipulation were breaking down, the consequences could extend far beyond simple structural collapse. We'll return by nightfall, she promised, securing the pouch at her waist. With whatever requires proper handling. Agatha nodded, her ancient eyes reflecting understanding of risks involved. The silver markings will guide you, she said. Trust what they reveal about paths and dangers alike. They approached the manor from the western cliffside, following game trail that wound through dense underbrush, where Inquisitors were unlikely to establish surveillance. The tremors continued at irregular intervals, each one accompanied by distant sound of stone grinding against stone as the structure above adjusted to instabilities forming beneath it. There, Iskra whispered, pointing to narrow fissure in the cliff face, partially concealed by hanging vines. The silver markings respond more strongly to that opening. It must connect to the tunnel system beneath the manor. Elias studied the crevice with professional assessment. Tight passage, he noted. But manageable. You're certain it leads where we need to go? In answer, Iskra extended her transformed perception toward the opening. Through this enhanced awareness, she could sense pathways beyond ordinary vision, channels established through centuries of magical working, connections that linked different parts of Silvain's elaborate underground complex. It connects directly to the lower levels, she confirmed, bypassing the main chambers where Inquisitors might have established presence. They moved forward cautiously, Elias taking lead position as they squeezed through the narrow entrance. Beyond the initial tight passage, the space widened into roughly hewn tunnel that sloped gently upward, its walls bearing faint traces of tool marks from its creation. Old, Elias observed, running fingers along one particularly distinct chisel pattern. Centuries, at least. Not Silvain's work originally. Smuggler's Tunnel, perhaps, Iskra suggested. The coastline has history of such activities. Silvain likely discovered and incorporated it into his own designs. They proceeded carefully, alert for signs of instability in the passage itself. The tremors continued at irregular intervals, each one sending small showers of dust and pebbles from the ceiling. The silver markings on Iskra's skin pulsed more rapidly as they advanced, responding to proximity of whatever magical disruption occurred ahead. After several minutes of cautious progress, the rough-hewn passage intersected with more finished tunnel, its walls smooth stone rather than raw earth. its ceiling supported by precisely placed arches that spoke of deliberate architectural design rather than expedient excavation. Silvain's work, Iskra confirmed, recognizing stylistic elements similar to chambers she'd seen during previous visits to the manor. We're entering the formal underground complex now. The silver markings guided their path through increasingly elaborate network of tunnels and chambers. They passed storerooms filled with artifacts gathered through centuries of collection. Books and scrolls, ritual implements. Containers whose contents Iskra could sense, but not identify with certainty. All seemed undisturbed despite the continuing tremors, protected by preservation spells that remained intact despite the disruptions affecting deeper levels. The collapse is localized, she realized, extending her transformed perception ahead of their physical progress, centered specifically on the crypt chamber where Kael's sarcophagus rests. This focused nature of the disturbance suggested purpose rather than random failure, as if the boundary restoration had specifically targeted workings most directly connected to Silvain's attempted resurrection, rather than all magical operations throughout the complex. As they descended toward the crypt level, evidence of disruption became more pronounced. Cracks appeared in previously smooth walls, widening with each tremor that passed through the structure. Dust hung thick in the air, limiting visibility and making breathing increasingly difficult as they advanced. "We should turn back," Elias suggested, as particularly violent tremor sent section of ceiling crashing down just ahead of their position. "The structural integrity is compromised beyond safe exploration." Iskra hesitated, torn between prudent retreat and urgent need to contain whatever energies were being released by the collapse. The silver markings continued their insistent pulsing, drawing her forward despite obvious dangers. "Something remains active in the crypt chamber," she explained, gesturing to the glowing patterns visible on her skin. Not just passive collapse, but active magical discharge. If left uncontained, she didn't need to complete the thought. Both understood potential consequences of uncontrolled magical release, especially involving workings designed for resurrection or boundary manipulation. With renewed determination, they navigated around the fallen debris, proceeding more cautiously as the passage conditions deteriorated further. The air grew noticeably colder as they approached the crypt level, carrying metallic scent that Iskra recognized from her previous encounter with Kael's preserved remains. The distinctive aroma of ancient preservation spells breaking down after centuries of maintenance. They reached junction where multiple tunnels converged on central chamber. The crypt, where Silvain had revealed Kael's sarcophagus during Iskra's previous visit. Even from this distance, they could see pulsing light emanating from the doorway, casting strange shadows that seemed to move independently of any physical source. "Wait," Elias cautioned, placing restraining hand on Iskra's arm as she moved to advance. "Listen." Through the rumbling of continuing tremors, another sound became distinguishable, voice raised in what might have been incantation or command. Its cadence formal, despite evident strain in its delivery. The words themselves remained indistinct, but their magical intent carried clearly to Iskra's transformed perception. "Silvain," she whispered, disbelief coloring her tone. "But how? We saw him dissolve during the confrontation at the manor." Elias's expression hardened with professional assessment. "Contingency," he suggested. "Some aspect preserved separately from his primary consciousness, activated by specific conditions." The theory aligned with what they knew of Silvain's methodical planning, his centuries of preparation for various outcomes, that he might have established fallback presence, some portion of his consciousness preserved against possible failure of his primary form, seemed entirely consistent with his demonstrated foresight. "We need to see," Iskra decided, moving forward despite obvious danger. "Need to understand what aspect remains and what it attempts to accomplish." They advanced cautiously toward the crypt entrance, staying close to the wall where shadows might provide some concealment from whatever occupied the chamber beyond. As they reached position allowing partial view of the interior, the scene confirmed their worst suspicions while adding new complications they hadn't anticipated. The crypt itself was in advanced state of collapse. Great cracks ran through walls and ceiling, widening with each tremor that passed through the structure. The elaborate sarcophagus that had contained Kale's preserved body now lay broken open, its contents partially visible amid rubble and dust. But most significantly, figures stood amid this destruction, form that resembled Silvain in general outline, but lacked solid physicality. Instead, it appeared composed of swirling energies that approximated human shape, while occasionally dispersing into more abstract patterns before reforming with visible effort. This spectral Silvain stood with arms extended toward the broken sarcophagus, his voice rising and falling in cadence that suggested desperate attempt to maintain control over failing spell. Around him, artifacts placed at cardinal points throughout the chamber pulsed with answering energies. Objects Iskra recognized as components of the resurrection working he had prepared over centuries of patient collection. "He's trying to salvage the working," she whispered, understanding flowing from her transformed perception. "Using whatever aspect of himself survived our confrontation to complete at least portion of his original purpose." Elias nodded grimly, his hand moving to weapons concealed beneath his cloak. "And the collapse? Deliberate or consequence?" "Consequence," Iskra decided after a moment of careful observation. The boundary restoration directly affected preservation spells, maintaining both Kale's remains and the crypt itself. What we're witnessing is Silvain's desperate attempt to counter that effect, to maintain enough stability to complete some version of his working. The assessment seemed confirmed by visible strain in the spectral figure's efforts, the fluctuations in its form suggesting energy being expended faster than it could be replenished, resources dwindling against task too substantial for its reduced capacity. As they watched from concealed position, new tremors shook the chamber with unprecedented force. Large section of ceiling broke free, crashing down perilously close to where the spectral Silvain maintained his desperate working. The disruption broke his concentration momentarily, causing his form to disperse more completely before gradually reforming with visible effort. In that moment of disruption, his awareness seemed to expand beyond immediate focus on the broken sarcophagus. The spectral head turned toward their position, empty eyes somehow conveying recognition despite their lack of physical substance. "Iskra Valen," the voice rasped, its formal cadence breaking into more personal address. "Come to witness the culmination after all, how appropriate." The direct acknowledgement eliminated any possibility of continued concealment. Iskra stepped forward into the chamber proper, the silver markings on her skin flaring in response to concentrated magical energies filling the space. Elias followed slightly behind, positioning himself where he could respond to threats from multiple directions. "There is no culmination here, Silvain," she stated calmly, gesturing to the collapsing chamber around them. Only dissolution. The boundary has been restored to natural balance. Whatever working you attempt now lacks foundation to succeed. The spectral figure's form fluctuated between more and less defined states, suggesting emotional response despite its lack of physical features to express such reactions. Always so certain of limitations, it replied. Voice carrying echo that hadn't been present in Silvain's physical form. So quick to accept boundaries as fixed rather than flexible. Another tremor shook the chamber, sending new cracks racing across remaining intact sections of wall and ceiling. The spectral Silvain's form dispersed almost completely before reforming with visible effort. The process clearly requiring substantial energy that grew increasingly limited with each disruption. The crypt is collapsing, Iskra pointed out, unnecessary statements serving as opening for what followed. Whatever aspect of yourself survived our confrontation will be lost when this chamber fails completely. There is still choice available to you, still opportunity to direct remaining energy toward preservation rather than futile resurrection attempt. The suggestion prompted laugh from the spectral figure, sound carrying bitter edge entirely consistent with Silvain's personality, despite its altered delivery. Preservation of what? It demanded. Diminished shadow, lacking substance to affect physical world in meaningful ways. Better oblivion than such limited existence. Despite the rejection, Iskra sensed hesitation beneath the defiant response. Recognition of truth in her assessment, coupled with reluctance to abandon purpose that had defined centuries of existence. The spectral form's fluctuations suggested internal conflict as much as external pressure from the continuing collapse. Not oblivion, she countered, moving carefully across unstable floor toward the chamber's center where Silvain's spectral form hovered. Transformation. The boundary restoration affects all workings that violated natural balance, yes, but also creates opportunities for realignment, for continuation in forms that respect, rather than disrupt established order. The perspective she offered, continuation through transformation rather than simple destruction, visibly affected the spectral presence. Its fluctuation stabilized slightly, suggesting attention focused on possibilities beyond immediate crisis. Before this potential opening could develop further, catastrophic tremor shook the entire structure. Massive sections of ceiling broke free, crashing down throughout the chamber with force that sent clouds of dust and debris billowing through the confined space. One particularly large stone block struck directly through Silvain's spectral form, disrupting its cohesion completely for several moments before partial reformation occurred with visible strain. "Go!" Elias shouted, grabbing Iskra's arm and pulling her toward nearest exit as more debris continued falling. "The entire complex is coming down." The urgency in his voice penetrated her focus on the spectral presence. Iskra allowed herself to be guided toward the doorway, though her attention remained partially fixed on Silvain's struggling form amid the accelerating destruction. As they reached the threshold, the spectral figure's voice rose once more above the rumbling of collapsing stonework. Its tone transformed from bitter defiance to something approaching resignation tinged with curiosity. "Perhaps you were right," it called, form dispersing and reforming with increasing difficulty as energy sustaining it diminished rapidly. About transformation rather than mere preservation. About respecting boundaries rather than simply overcoming them. The acknowledgement carried weight beyond its simple content. Recognition from being who had dedicated centuries to specific understanding that alternative perspective might contain validity worth consideration. Not complete conversion, but opening to possibility that had been previously rejected without examination. Before Iskra could respond to this unexpected shift, new section of ceiling collapsed directly onto the broken sarcophagus and surrounding artifacts. The impact released blinding flash of magical discharge as containments failed completely, as energies preserved through centuries of careful maintenance dispersed in chaotic burst that sent shockwave throughout the remaining structure. "Run!" Elias commanded, pulling her into the tunnel as the crypt chamber itself began collapsing completely. Nothing more can be done here. The practical assessment penetrated Iskra's reluctance to abandon potential opening created by Silvain's final acknowledgement. With one last glance at the disintegrating chamber, where spectral form now dispersed beyond reformation, she turned and followed Elias into the tunnel system that offered their only escape route. They ran through increasingly unstable passages, the silver markings on Iskra's skin providing guidance where dust and darkness obscured physical landmarks. Behind them, the collapse spread outward from the crypt chamber, following network of tunnels and chambers, like contagion moving through living organism. "Left here," she directed as they reached junction where multiple passages converged. The markings indicate more stable route toward surface. Elias followed her guidance without hesitation, trusting her transformed perception where his own training offered no advantage. They navigated through maze of deteriorating tunnels, each tremor bringing new sections down behind them as they barely maintained lead on advancing destruction. "The smuggler's passage," Iskra gasped as they approached familiar rough-hewn tunnel that had provided their entrance to the complex. It should lead directly to the cliffside exit. As they turned into this final escape route, catastrophic tremor shook the entire structure with unprecedented force. The tunnel ahead collapsed completely, massive section of ceiling crashing down to block their path with impenetrable barrier of stone and earth. "Back!" Elias shouted, pulling Iskra away from choking dust cloud that billowed from the collapsed site. "We need alternative route." They retreated to previous junction, the silver markings pulsing with increasing urgency as Iskra extended her transformed perception in search of viable escape path. The complex continued disintegrating around them, each passage they had previously traversed now blocked by fallen debris or actively collapsing as tremors intensified. "There," she said suddenly, pointing to narrow opening they had passed without notice during their initial progress through the complex. "Service shaft leading upward. The markings indicate it connects to Mana's lower levels." The alternative route presented significant risk, leading toward rather than away from the manor, where Inquisitors had established presence. Yet, with all other options eliminated by continuing collapse, it offered only potential escape from underground complex rapidly becoming tomb for anyone remaining within its confines. They squeezed through the narrow opening into vertical shaft barely wide enough for single person. Iron rungs embedded in stone wall provided climbing path upward, though many showed signs of age and deterioration that made their reliability questionable at best. "I'll go first," Elias insisted, testing nearest rung with cautious pressure before committing his weight to the ancient metal. "Follow exactly where I place my hands and feet. Avoid any rung that shows significant corrosion." The practical advice reflected his military training, focused on immediate survival tasks, rather than larger implications of their situation. Iskra nodded agreement, forcing her attention away from continuing collapse below, and spectral Silvain's final acknowledgement to concentrate on physical challenges of their ascent. They climbed steadily through dust-filled darkness, each tremor sending vibrations through the shaft that threatened to dislodge already precarious handholds. Several rungs broke away completely as they transferred weight, requiring desperate lunges to reach next secure position in the vertical path. After what seemed eternity of strained muscles and precarious progress, Elias reached hatch at shaft's upper terminus. He pushed against ancient mechanism, grunting with effort as centuries of disuse resisted his strength. "Blocked," he reported, frustration evident despite controlled delivery. "Something heavy rests on the other side." Iskra paused on rungs below him, extending her transformed perception through the barrier. "Furniture," she identified. Heavy cabinet pushed against the wall, concealing the hatch's existence in the room above. The obstruction presented new challenge to their escape efforts. With collapse continuing below and no alternative route available, they needed to move the blocking object without benefit of leverage or assistance from the room side of the barrier. The silver markings, Iskra realized suddenly. They're not just passive indicators. They can channel energy actively if properly directed. The insight reflected deeper understanding of her transformation that had developed since the ritual at the stone circle. The markings covering much of her skin represented not just connection to magical workings, but potential conduit for directing energy according to her intention rather than external design. "Hold secure position," she instructed Elias, who braced himself against the shaft walls to maintain stability without relying on potentially failing rungs. "And be ready to push upward when I indicate." With this preparation established, Iskra focused her concentration on the silver markings visible on her arms and hands. They responded immediately, their pulsing synchronizing with her directed intention rather than external stimuli that had previously governed their activity. Energy gathered in the markings, flowing according to patterns she established through focused visualization. Rather than dispersing this power broadly, as had occurred during the ritual at the stone circle, she channeled it precisely towards the barrier above them. Not as destructive force, but as influence on physical matter's relationship with surrounding environment. The cabinet blocking the hatch didn't shatter or disintegrate under this directed energy. Instead, its effective weight diminished as Iskra's working temporarily altered how gravity affected the specific object. What had been immovable obstacle became manageable burden, still substantial, but within range of human strength to manipulate. "Now," she gasped, the effort of maintaining this focused working, demanding significant portion of her remaining energy. "Push before the effect dissipates." Elias responded immediately, driving upward against the hatch, with strength born of both physical training and desperate necessity. The barrier resisted briefly, then yielded with sudden release that sent the cabinet sliding across floor above, with scraping sound that seemed thunderous after confined silence of their ascent. Light flooded the shaft as the hatch opened completely, revealing room that Iskra recognized as one of the manor's storage chambers. Space filled with furniture and containers, whose ordinary contents belied extraordinary complex, hidden beneath the structure's foundation. Elias pulled himself through the opening, then reached back to assist Iskra's final ascent from the vertical passage. As she emerged into the room beyond, catastrophic tremor shook the entire structure. The most powerful, yet in sequence that had begun with initial disturbance hours earlier. "The manor itself is becoming unstable," Elias observed, steadying himself against nearby wall as the tremor gradually subsided. "The collapse has spread beyond underground complex to affect foundations supporting the entire structure." The assessment aligned with what Iskra could sense through her transformed perception. The magical discharge released by failing containments in the crypt chamber had triggered chain reaction throughout network of spells and workings that Silvain had established throughout his residence over centuries of occupation. "We need to reach exterior before the upper levels fail completely," she stated, moving toward door that would lead from storage chamber to manor's main corridors. The silver markings indicate most direct path to Eastern Terrace, where garden access should provide escape route away from established Inquisitor positions. They proceeded cautiously through increasingly unstable structure, each tremor sending new cracks racing across walls and ceilings that had stood solid for centuries before this day's disruptions. Dust filled the air, limiting visibility and making breathing difficult as they navigated toward potential escape route. Twice they were forced to change course when corridors ahead collapsed completely, blocking direct path with impassable debris. The silver markings guided these adjustments. Iskra's transformed perception, identifying alternative routes that maintain structural integrity despite surrounding deterioration. As they approached the eastern wing, where terrace access would provide their escape, new complication emerged. Voices ahead indicating human presence rather than simple structural obstacles. The formal cadence and terminology confirmed Iskra's immediate suspicion, even before visual confirmation became available. "Inquisitors," Elias whispered, pulling her into recessed doorway as crimson-cloaked figures appeared at corridor's far end. Investigating the disturbances, the Order representatives moved with professional caution through the unstable structure. Their attention divided between immediate physical dangers and potential magical threats their training had prepared them to address. Their presence directly blocked the escape route Iskra had identified through her transformed perception. "Alternative?" Elias asked quietly, his hand moving to weapons concealed beneath his cloak, while his expression suggested preference for avoiding direct confrontation if possible. Iskra extended her awareness through the silver markings, searching for path that would bypass the Inquisitors while still providing viable exit from the failing structure. The options appeared increasingly limited as continuing tremors closed additional routes through structural collapse. "Service passage," she identified finally, pointing to narrow door partially concealed behind decorative screen at nearby junction. "Connects to kitchen gardens beyond Eastern Terrace. Longer route, but avoids direct contact with Inquisitor position." They moved carefully toward this alternative escape path, timing their progress to coincide with tremors that would mask sounds of their movement from Inquisitors positioned ahead. The strategy succeeded until final approach to concealed door, when section of ceiling collapsed behind them with thunderous impact that drew immediate attention from all within hearing distance. "There!" one of the Inquisitors called, pointing toward their position as dust cloud from the collapse revealed their presence, despite attempted concealment. "Intruders in the east corridor." The identification eliminated possibility of unnoticed escape. Elias positioned himself protectively between Iskra and the advancing Inquisitors, his sword drawn but held defensively rather than threatening immediate engagement. "Run," he instructed quietly, nodding towards service passage they had nearly reached. "I'll delay them long enough for you to clear the structure." The self-sacrificing offer reflected his protective nature, his willingness to place her safety above his own, despite obvious dangers presented by confrontation with multiple trained Inquisitors. Yet it failed to account for developments in their relationship since initial meeting months earlier, the partnership that had evolved through shared challenges and mutual support. "Together," Iskra countered firmly, the silver markings on her skin pulsing with renewed energy as she gathered power for what might prove necessary. Or not at all. Before Elias could object to this rejection of his protective strategy, catastrophic tremor shook the entire structure with force that sent all present, both fleeing intruders and pursuing Inquisitors, staggering against nearest supports. The corridor ceiling between the two groups collapsed completely, massive section of stonework crashing down to create barrier that prevented immediate pursuit. "Now," Iskra urged, pulling Elias toward the service passage as dust cloud from the collapse provided additional concealment for their movement. "Before they find alternative route." They pushed through narrow door into service corridor beyond, its utilitarian construction lacking decorative elements that characterized Manor's main passages. The simplified architecture proved advantage in current crisis. Fewer ornamental features meant fewer components that could break free during continuing tremors to become dangerous projectiles or obstacles. The passage led downward through servants' quarters, now abandoned in response to structural threats, then outward toward kitchen gardens that supplied Manor's culinary needs during normal operations. As they approached exit leading to these exterior grounds, Iskra felt sudden shift in the tremors pattern. Change from irregular disruptions to rhythmic sequence, suggesting final stages of structural failure. "The manor is coming down completely," she warned, increasing pace despite exhaustion from their extended ordeal. "Minutes at most before catastrophic collapse." They burst through final door into open air of kitchen gardens, the space deserted as staff had evacuated earlier when initial tremors signaled potential danger. Beyond cultivated plots lay orchard that would provide cover for their escape from manor grounds, assuming they reached that position before pursuing Inquisitors established new containment perimeter. As they crossed the exposed garden space, running at full speed despite depleted reserves, the manor behind them began its final collapse. The process started slowly, sections of roof falling inward as supporting walls failed beneath them, then accelerated as each failure triggered additional structural compromises throughout the interconnected building. The sound proved deafening even at their increasing distance. Centuries of architectural achievement reduced to cacophony of destruction as stone ground against stone, as wooden supports splintered beneath weights they had borne without complaint for generations before this day's unprecedented stresses. Dust cloud billowed outward from the collapsing structure, overtaking their fleeing forms, despite head start they had established through timely escape. The choking particles limited visibility to few feet ahead, forcing them to slow pace to avoid obstacles hidden by the artificial fog surrounding them. "This way," Elias directed, his military training providing orientation where visual landmarks disappeared in surrounding dust. "The orchard lies directly ahead." They pushed forward through blinding conditions, hands linked to prevent separation in circumstances where becoming isolated could prove fatal. The ground beneath their feet changed from cultivated soil to wild grasses, indicating transition from formal gardens to less maintained areas surrounding the manor proper. After several minutes of cautious progress through continuing dust cloud, they reached first trees of the orchard Elias had identified as their immediate destination. The vegetation provided welcome reference points in otherwise featureless environment, allowing more confident movement away from destruction site behind them. As they penetrated deeper into the orchard's protective coverage, the dust began settling around them, air clearing sufficiently to permit visual confirmation of their surroundings and assessment of immediate situation. The manor behind had collapsed completely, its centuries of history reduced to massive pile of rubble from which dust continued rising in diminishing clouds. "We made it," Iskra observed, the simple statement carrying weight beyond its obvious content. Acknowledgement of survival against substantial odds, coupled with recognition of what had been lost in the process. Elias nodded, his expression reflecting similar mixture of relief at their escape and awareness of broader implications. The crypt and everything it contained, buried completely beneath tons of stone and earth, including whatever remained of Silvain's presence. The observation prompted Iskra to extend her transformed perception toward the destruction site, searching for any trace of the spectral form they had encountered in the crypt chamber before its final collapse. No evidence remained of that manifestation. Whatever aspect of Silvain had survived their earlier confrontation now dispersed beyond detection by even her enhanced awareness. "Transformation rather than mere destruction," she murmured, recalling the spectral figure's final acknowledgement before overwhelming forces had eliminated possibility of further communication. Perhaps some portion recognized truth in that perspective before the end. Whether this represented genuine evolution in centuries-old consciousness or simply final rationalization before inevitable dissolution remained unknowable. Question without definitive answer that each would interpret according to their own understanding of human nature and its capacity for change. More immediate concerns demanded their attention, as shouts became audible from direction of the collapsed manor. Inquisitors organizing search parties to locate survivors or intruders who might have escaped the structure before its final failure. Their position in the orchard provided temporary concealment, but not permanent safety from determined pursuit. "We should continue moving," Elias suggested, gesturing toward forest visible beyond the orchard's edge. "Establish greater distance before they expand search perimeter to include outlying areas." The practical recommendation reflected his military background. Focus on immediate security concerns rather than philosophical implications of what they had witnessed. Yet Iskra hesitated briefly, her transformed perception detecting something beyond ordinary awareness, approaching their position from unexpected direction. "Wait," she said quietly, turning toward the presence. She sensed moving through the orchard from eastern approach, rather than from manor ruins behind them. "Someone comes. Not Inquisitor, but..." The identification remained incomplete as figure emerged from between fruit-laden trees ahead, familiar form that brought immediate relief rather than renewed concern. Agatha approached with steady stride that belied her advanced age, her weathered face showing mixture of concern and satisfaction as she recognized their relatively intact condition. "You survived," the old healer stated, simple observation carrying evident approval. "And the collapse is complete. The containment's broken. The preservations failed, as was necessary. The assessment suggested foreknowledge, beyond what they had shared before departing her cottage earlier that day. Understanding of inevitable consequences that would follow boundary restoration's effect on workings that had violated natural balance for centuries. You knew, Iskra realized, recognition flowing from subtle indicators in the old woman's manner and statement. Knew the manor would collapse when the crypt's preservations failed. Agatha nodded, unapologetic for information withheld before their expedition. Suspected rather than knew with certainty, she corrected. The boundary restoration affects all workings that disrupted natural order, including those maintaining structures that should have returned to Earth centuries ago. The explanation aligned with what they had witnessed: progressive failure of magical supports that had preserved both Kael's ancient remains and the elaborate complex Silvain had established around that central focus. With those supernatural elements removed, natural processes reasserted their influence with accelerated force. Proportional to time, they had been artificially suspended. Silvain was there, Elias informed the old healer, his tone suggesting significance beyond simple factual report. Some aspect of him survived the confrontation at the manor, spectral form attempting to salvage portion of his working, despite the collapse. Agatha's weathered features showed no surprise at this revelation, suggesting she had anticipated this possibility as well. Contingency, she stated, using same term Elias had employed when they first encountered the manifestation. He prepared for centuries, would not leave his purpose vulnerable to single point of failure. The assessment reflected respect for thoroughness of preparations they had opposed, acknowledgement that their adversary had demonstrated foresight, worthy of recognition, despite fundamental disagreement with his methods and goals. He acknowledged possibility of transformation rather than mere preservation, Iskra added, feeling importance of conveying this final communication from being whose existence had spanned centuries before ending amid today's destruction. Just before the end, suggested openness to perspective he had previously rejected. This information produced subtle shift in Agatha's expression, hint of satisfaction beyond what their physical survival alone would justify. Then perhaps something worthwhile remains amid the dissolution, she suggested. Understanding gained, if not physical continuation. The philosophical perspective offered comfort beyond practical considerations of their immediate situation. Whatever had been lost in the crypt's collapse, artifacts and knowledge gathered through centuries of dedicated collection, something of value might have been preserved in that final acknowledgement of alternative perspectives' potential validity. Shouts from direction of the manor ruins grew louder, indicating search parties expanding their operational area beyond immediate vicinity of the structural collapse. Their position in the orchard would soon be compromised if they remained stationary, while Inquisitors established systematic search pattern. "We should go," Agatha stated, practical concern replacing philosophical reflection, as immediate dangers reasserted their priority. "I have cart waiting beyond the forest edge. It will return us to the village, by paths the Inquisitors have not yet established surveillance upon." The preparation demonstrated foresight, matching that of the adversary they had opposed. Recognition of potential needs and establishment of resources to address them before specific requirements became evident. That Agatha had anticipated both their survival and need for inconspicuous transport suggested understanding of probabilities that approached prescience without claiming certainty inappropriate to human limitation. As they followed the old healer through remaining orchard toward the forest beyond, Iskra cast final glance toward ruins that had once been Silvain's manor. Centuries of history, an accumulated knowledge now buried beneath tons of stone and earth, as natural processes reclaimed what had been artificially preserved beyond its proper time. The silver markings on her skin had quieted their urgent pulsing, settling into steady glow that suggested equilibrium rather than immediate threat or opportunity. Whatever connection had drawn her to the crypt and its contents now severed by complete physical destruction of those elements, leaving her transformation to continue its evolution according to her own nature rather than external design. "It's truly over," she murmured, the statement carrying weight beyond its simple content. Recognition that chapter spanning centuries had reached conclusion, that whatever followed would develop from new beginning rather than continuation of what had come before. Elias's hand found hers as they walked, silent support that acknowledged significance of this transition, without attempting to diminish its emotional impact through premature reassurance. The gesture conveyed partnership that had evolved through shared challenges, connection based on mutual respect rather than protective impulse alone. "One chapter ends," he agreed quietly. "Others begin. The boundary is restored to natural balance, the blood circle broken, the Mandrake transformed rather than merely destroyed. Foundation for what comes next, not conclusion of all that matters." The perspective offered framework for processing what they had experienced without becoming overwhelmed by its magnitude. Recognition that endings created space for new beginnings, that transformation rather than mere destruction characterized natural cycles that governed existence at all levels. As they reached Forest Edge, where Agatha's promised cart awaited their arrival, Iskra felt subtle shift in her awareness. Not dramatic revelation, but quiet recognition of possibilities extending from this moment of transition. The silver markings covering much of her skin represented not conclusion, but beginning. Connection to source that would continue evolving according to her intention rather than external design. Whatever challenges awaited in days ahead, whether from Inquisitors still seeking explanations for the manor's destruction or from magical consequences not yet fully manifest, she would face them with clearer understanding of both power's potential and its proper limitations. The lessons learned through confrontation with Silvain and its aftermath provided foundation for more balanced approach to communion between different aspects of existence. Connection without compulsion. Respect for boundaries that existed for reasons beyond complete human understanding. With this perspective guiding her steps, Iskra joined her companions in the waiting cart that would carry them away from scene of destruction toward village where new chapter would begin. Not in isolation, but in community that provided context and purpose for abilities that might otherwise lose connection to human concerns, that gave them meaning beyond mere power for its own sake. Chapter 19. Ember Spring arrived in Ravnvik with gentle persistence, coaxing green shoots from soil that had lain dormant through the harsh northern winter. 6 months had passed since the manor's collapse. 6 months of gradual rebuilding, not just of structures damaged during that catastrophic event, but of lives disrupted by revelations that had accompanied it. In Agatha's cottage, morning light filtered through newly repaired windows, casting warm patterns across the workroom, where Iskra stood before small copper bowl. The silver markings on her skin had faded considerably since that fateful day, no longer covering extensive portions of her body, but remaining as delicate traceries along her forearms and across her collarbones. Subtle reminders of transformation that had changed her in ways beyond mere physical appearance. She passed her hands above the bowl, focusing intention through the diminished but refined markings. Water within the vessel began to shimmer, then rose in slender column that twisted and turned according to movements of her fingers. The demonstration required greater concentration than similar workings had demanded during height of her transformation, yet carried precision that had been absent in those more powerful but less controlled manifestations. "Your control improves," Agatha observed from doorway, her weathered face showing approval of both the working itself and the balanced approach it represented. Less raw power, perhaps, but directed with purpose that serves rather than dominates. Iskra nodded, allowing the water to return gently to the bowl rather than maintaining the working beyond its useful demonstration. "Purified rather than diminished," she suggested. Perspective that had developed through months of careful practice and reflection. Connected to source through clearer channel, even if that channel carries less volume. The assessment reflected deeper understanding of her abilities that had emerged following the ritual's disruption and the manor's collapse. The silver markings had indeed faded in both extent and intensity, reducing raw magical potential available for immediate application. Yet what remained responded with greater precision to her intention, requiring less effort to direct towards specific purpose, while maintaining clearer connection to her conscious choice rather than external design or unconscious impulse. "The villagers have noticed," Agatha commented, moving to prepare morning tea with practiced efficiency that belied her advanced age. 3 more requests came yesterday. Minor ailments they would previously have suffered through rather than seeking magical assistance. The information carried significance beyond its practical content. For generations, Ravnvik's inhabitants had maintained careful distance from practitioners of magical arts, accepting their presence with reluctant tolerance while avoiding direct engagement except in most desperate circumstances. That ordinary villagers now approached willingly with minor concerns represented shift in perception that extended beyond Iskra's individual situation to broader relationship between different approaches to understanding world and its operations. "Trust rebuilds slowly," Iskra acknowledged, accepting cup of fragrant tea the old healer offered. "As it should. Not through dramatic demonstrations, but through consistent service that respects boundaries while offering genuine assistance." The philosophy had guided her activities since returning to the village after the manor's destruction. Approach to magical practice that emphasized consent and collaboration rather than impressive display or unilateral action. Each small healing, each minor working, performed with clear explanation and explicit permission, contributed to gradual reconstruction of relationship between practitioners and community that had been damaged through centuries of suspicion and occasional exploitation. "The Inquisitors have reduced their presence again," Agatha noted, changing subject to security concerns that remained relevant despite months of relative calm. "Only 3 remain at the checkpoint, and those seem more interested in travelers passing through than in monitoring village activities." The observation aligned with reports Elias had provided during his careful surveillance of Order operations throughout the region. Following initial intense investigation of the manor's collapse, Inquisitor presence had gradually diminished as evidence of immediate magical threat failed to materialize, and more pressing concerns demanded attention elsewhere. The boundary restoration serves us there as well, Iskra suggested, understanding flowing from her transformed perception that retained sensitivity to magical conditions despite reduced raw power. With natural balance re-established, the disturbances that drew their attention have subsided throughout the region. Agatha nodded agreement, her ancient eyes reflecting wisdom accumulated through decades of observing cycles of magical activity and corresponding human response. Balance serves all, though few recognize its benefits when focused on immediate advantage or dramatic display. The philosophical perspective had formed foundation for Iskra's approach to her abilities since their transformation. Recognition that natural limitations serve purpose beyond mere restriction. That boundaries existed for reasons extending beyond human understanding or control. What remained of the silver markings represented not diminishment, but refinement, connection to source, that respected natural order rather than attempting to overcome or circumvent its fundamental principles. Their conversation paused as footsteps approached the cottage. Familiar cadence that brought subtle smile to Iskra's face, even before door opened to reveal Elias returning from early morning patrol of the village perimeter. 6 months had softened military precision in his bearing, without eliminating alertness that remained essential aspect of his nature. The formal Inquisitor uniform had been replaced by practical clothing appropriate to civilian life, though observant eye might note how garments were arranged to permit ready access to weapons still carried despite official separation from order service. "The eastern road is clear," he reported, accepting cup of tea Agatha offered with grateful nod. No sign of unusual activity beyond normal merchant traffic preparing for market day. The information represented continuation of security protocols established during uncertain days following the manor's collapse, precautions maintained through habit and prudence rather than immediate threat. That these measures had gradually relaxed from constant vigilance to routine observation reflected improving conditions throughout the region as natural balance reasserted its stabilizing influence. "And the stone circle?" Iskra asked, question carrying significance beyond simple security assessment. The ancient site where ritual had been transformed through her intervention remained focus of occasional monitoring. Location where boundary between worlds had been most directly affected by both Silvain's design and her subsequent redirection. "Undisturbed," Elias confirmed, understanding importance of the specific location without requiring explanation. The new growth continues to integrate with the stones themselves. Moss and vines that follow patterns similar to the silver markings at their height. The description aligned with what Iskra had observed during her own visits to the site. Gradual emergence of natural features that echoed magical patterns established during the ritual's transformation. Where blood sigils had once formed connections exploiting unwilling participants. Living plants now created relationships that enhanced rather than exploited the location's natural properties. "Nature reclaims and transforms," Agatha commented. Philosophical perspective, extending beyond specific location to broader principles governing interaction between different aspects of existence. As it does at the manor ruins as well. The reference prompted Iskra to extend her transformed perception toward distant hillside where Silvain's residence had once dominated the landscape. Though physical structure had collapsed completely, Her enhanced awareness could still detect subtle energies gradually dispersing throughout surrounding environment, not harmful contamination, but slow integration of what had been artificially concentrated, returning to natural distribution through soil and vegetation. "The containment holds," she confirmed, referring to working they had established around the ruins during weeks following the collapse. Not barrier preventing all interaction, but filter, ensuring gradual rather than sudden release of energies accumulated through centuries of magical operation. Another season should see complete reintegration without harmful concentration. The assessment represented significant achievement in magical practice. Not impressive display of power, but careful, sustained working that respected natural processes while preventing potential harm from sudden disruption. That local plant life now flourished around the ruins' perimeter, showing enhanced growth without unnatural mutation, confirmed effectiveness of their balanced approach to addressing complex magical aftermath. Conversation shifted to practical matters of daily village life. Preparations for spring planting, repairs to structures damaged during winter storms, arrangements for upcoming festival celebrating seasonal transition. The ordinary concerns provided grounding context for extraordinary abilities and experiences, maintaining connection to community that prevented isolation that had contributed to Silvain's eventual distortion of perspective across centuries of extended existence. As morning advanced toward midday, Elias prepared to depart for scheduled meeting with village council. Relationship established during uncertain days, following the manor's collapse, that had evolved into regular consultation on security matters affecting the settlement. His role had transformed from external protector to integrated advisor, position that utilized his training and experience while establishing new identity beyond former Inquisitor designation. "I'll return before evening," he informed Iskra. The simple statement carrying layers of meaning beyond its practical content. "Unless council discussions extend longer than anticipated." She nodded understanding, recognizing both information conveyed and consideration demonstrated by its communication. Their relationship had evolved during months following the manor's destruction. Partnership, forged through shared challenges developing deeper dimensions, as immediate crisis gave way to ongoing collaboration and mutual support. "I'll be here," she replied. Response similarly, carrying significance beyond literal meaning. Or at the eastern meadow later, gathering spring herbs for Agatha's stores. The exchange represented not just coordination of practical activities, but affirmation of connection that had grown between them. Relationship built on foundation of respect and shared purpose rather than dramatic passion or desperate circumstances alone. What had begun as reluctant alliance against common threat had transformed through experience and choice into partnership that enhanced rather than diminished individual identity and purpose. As Elias departed for his council meeting, Iskra returned attention to workroom where morning's practice had demonstrated both limitations and refinements in her transformed abilities. The copper bowl remained on central table, water within it now still but retaining subtle luminescence from magical energy that had briefly shaped its form. "You should tell him," Agatha suggested, observation seemingly disconnected from previous conversation, yet addressing current clearly visible in Iskra's expression as she contemplated the bowl's contents. "About the dreams?" Iskra asked. Though certainty in the old healer's nod confirmed she had correctly identified subject of the comment. "They're inconsistent, fragments without clear meaning or direction. Possibly nothing more than ordinary processing of extraordinary experiences. The explanation represented rational assessment she had applied to experiences occurring with increasing frequency during recent weeks. Dream sequences featuring locations and energies connected to events surrounding the ritual and subsequent collapse. Not frightening nightmares, but disjointed images, carrying emotional resonance beyond their visual content. Perhaps, Agatha acknowledged, neither confirming nor dismissing the rational explanation. Yet, your connection to what occurred remains active through the markings, diminished though they may be. Dreams often speak truth that waking mind hesitates to recognize. The perspective reflected the old healer's approach to knowledge. Acceptance. That understanding flowed through multiple channels, some direct and immediately accessible, others indirect and requiring interpretation beyond literal content. That Iskra's dreams consistently featured certain elements. Mandrake imagery, silver pathways, and occasionally distant presence observing without direct interaction, suggested significance beyond random neural activity processing recent memories. I'll consider it, Iskra conceded, respecting the older woman's wisdom while maintaining appropriate caution regarding potential implications. When there's something substantial to share, rather than fragmentary impressions that might create unnecessary concern. Agatha accepted this measured response with slight nod, neither pressing for immediate action, nor dismissing importance of careful consideration. Their relationship had evolved during months following the ritual's transformation. Mentor and student becoming more balanced collaboration between practitioners with different experience, but shared commitment to responsible magical practice. As midday approached, Iskra prepared to visit Eastern Meadow, where spring herbs emerged with particular potency during this seasonal transition. The activity represented practical contribution to village welfare, gathering materials for healing preparations that would serve community needs throughout coming months, while providing opportunity to maintain connection with natural environment that grounded her magical practice in physical reality. She collected gathering basket and appropriate tools, then paused briefly before small mirror near cottage door. The silver markings visible along her forearms and collarbones caught morning light with subtle luminescence, diminished from their former extent and intensity, yet refined in their precise patterning. No longer Silvain's elaborate channels designed for specific purpose, but simpler configurations that enhanced natural energy flow through her physical form, while maintaining connection to source according to her own intention. Purified rather than diminished, she repeated quietly, perspective that applied to her entire being beyond mere magical capacity. The experiences surrounding ritual and collapse had indeed reduced certain abilities. Raw power available for immediate application, capacity for dramatic working without extensive preparation, yet enhance others of greater lasting value. Discernment regarding appropriate application, sensitivity to consent and consequence, connection to community that provided context and purpose. With this balanced understanding guiding her approach to both magical practice and daily life, Iskra left the cottage to begin afternoon's gathering activities. The path to Eastern Meadow took her through village centre, where market preparations created bustling atmosphere of ordinary commerce and social interaction. Villagers acknowledged her passage with greetings that had evolved from cautious tolerance to genuine acceptance, not based on fear of power, but appreciation for consistent service that respected boundaries while offering genuine assistance. Beyond settlement boundaries, the landscape showed signs of natural renewal following winter dormancy. New growth emerged from soil, still bearing traces of frost in shadowed areas, creating contrast between seasons that represented transition rather than abrupt change. The eastern meadow itself appeared ahead, its gently rolling expanse already showing colorful indicators of herbs and flowers beginning their annual cycle of growth and eventual fruition. As Iskra approached her intended gathering location, subtle shift in atmospheric pressure suggested approaching weather system. Not immediate threat, but gradual change that experienced observer could detect through multiple sensory inputs. She extended her transformed perception, assessing conditions beyond ordinary awareness to determine whether afternoon's activities required adjustment based on developing meteorological patterns. The enhanced awareness revealed expected weather developments. Moisture-laden air mass approaching from coastal direction, likely bringing gentle precipitation by early evening, but also detected something unexpected at meadow's far edge, where ancient oak stood solitary sentinel. Energy patterns centered on the massive tree showed unusual configuration, not harmful disruption, but deliberate arrangement, suggesting conscious intention rather than natural formation. Curiosity, rather than alarm, guided her approach to the distinctive tree. The silver markings on her skin responded to proximity with subtle warming sensation, confirming magical nature of whatever had established presence in this location. Yet the response carried no warning indication. No sense of threat or harmful intent that would justify defensive preparation or immediate withdrawal. As she reached the ancient oak, source of the unusual energy pattern became immediately apparent. Small object had been placed within natural hollow where massive trunk divided into primary branches. Position visible from her current angle, but likely unnoticeable to casual observer without specific reason to examine this particular feature. The item itself sent immediate recognition through her enhanced perception. Mandrake root approximately half the size of her palm, freshly harvested based on condition of its exposed surfaces. The specimen showed distinctive characteristics that separated it from ordinary examples of the species. Subtle luminescence visible to her transformed awareness, root structure forming patterns that echoed simplified versions of the silver markings on her own skin. Most significantly, small parchment had been secured to the specimen with thread of unusual composition. Material that her enhanced perception identified as combining both organic fiber and silver filament similar to substance that had formed Silvain's elaborate channeling network during height of her transformation. With careful movements that respected potential significance of this unexpected discovery, Iskra retrieved both Mandrake's specimen and attached message from their placement within the tree hollow. The parchment contained single line of text, written in elegant script, immediately recognizable despite months since she had last encountered its distinctive style. Transformation rather than mere destruction. The ember preserves fire's essence until conditions favor renewed flame. The message carried unmistakable connection to Silvain's final acknowledgement before the crypt's collapse. Recognition of perspective she had offered regarding transformation rather than simple preservation or destruction. That this communication appeared now, months after events that had seemingly concluded his centuries-long existence, suggested possibilities beyond what they had assumed regarding final outcome of those catastrophic circumstances. The Mandrake specimen itself provided additional information through her enhanced perception. Unlike the amulet she had carried since her mother's death, or the preserved root Silvain had cultivated through centuries of careful attention, This example represented new growth, recently emerged from soil rather than maintained from previous generation. Yet it carried energetic signature, connecting it to both previous specimens, suggesting propagation from common source despite physical destruction of those original materials. Embers indeed, she murmured, understanding flowing from both message content and Mandrake's distinctive properties. Not complete resurrection of what had been lost, but preservation of essential element. Spark capable of generating new expression under appropriate conditions rather than exact replication of previous form. The discovery presented significant implications requiring careful consideration rather than immediate reaction. That Silvain, or some aspect of his consciousness, might have survived the mana's collapse in form, allowing eventual regeneration, represented potential concern, given his demonstrated willingness to manipulate others in service of his perceived necessity. Yet, the specific message suggested possible evolution in perspective, acknowledgement of transformation's validity over mere preservation or destruction, as he had previously conceptualized the options available. Iskra secured both Mandrake's specimen and attached message within inner pocket of her gathering apron, decision reflecting neither immediate acceptance nor outright rejection, but recognition that proper response required thoughtful assessment rather than instinctive reaction. The afternoon's intended herb gathering proceeded according to original plan. Practical activity, providing opportunity for parallel contemplation of unexpected discovery and its potential significance. As predicted by her earlier weather assessment, gentle rainfall began as she completed the gathering expedition and turned toward village with basket filled with spring herbs for Agatha's healing preparations. The precipitation carried cleansing quality appropriate to seasonal transition. Not dramatic deluge, but persistent moisture that supported new growth while gradually washing away winter's accumulated debris. Upon returning to the cottage, Iskra found Agatha preparing evening meal with Elias having already returned from his council meeting. Their comfortable domestic arrangement had evolved naturally during months following the manor's collapse. Shared living space that respected individual privacy while providing mutual support and companionship that benefited all participants. The Council extends formal invitation for your participation in spring festival preparations, Elias informed her as she arranged gathered herbs for proper drying and storage. Specifically requested your guidance regarding protective measures, ensuring celebration remains free from unwanted disruptions. The information represented significant development in village's relationship with magical practitioners. Not mere tolerance, but active inclusion in community planning and decision-making. That council specifically requested her involvement indicated growing recognition that properly directed abilities served common welfare rather than representing inherent threat, requiring constant suspicion and restriction. I'll attend their planning session tomorrow, she agreed, the commitment reflecting her own evolution from isolated practitioner to integrated community member. The balanced approach she had developed following the ritual's transformation emphasized connection rather than separation, service rather than dominance. Perspective that aligned with natural principles governing healthy relationship between different aspects of existence. As evening meal preparations continued, Iskra considered whether to share her unexpected discovery immediately, or wait for more complete understanding of its implications. The Mandrake specimen and attached message remained secured within her apron pocket, their presence known only to her, despite significance that potentially affected all who had participated in events surrounding the ritual and subsequent collapse. decision crystallized as conversation turned to reports of unusual growth patterns observed throughout the region. Plants showing accelerated development or distinctive configurations that local farmers found beneficial, though somewhat mysterious in origin. The phenomenon aligned with what her transformed perception had detected during recent explorations. Gradual redistribution of energies previously concentrated in Silvain's elaborate working, now expressing through natural systems in more balanced arrangement. "There's something you should see," she stated during momentary pause in discussion, reaching into her apron pocket to retrieve the Mandrake specimen, an attached message. "Found this afternoon in the eastern meadow, specifically placed for discovery rather than natural occurrence." She placed both items on the table between them, allowing Elias and Agatha to observe the distinctive root and elegant script without immediate interpretation that might influence their independent assessment. Their reactions provided interesting contrast. Elias showing immediate tension, reflecting security concerns that remained essential aspect of his nature despite months of relative peace. Agatha displaying thoughtful curiosity without alarm, despite clear recognition of potential significance. Silvain's handwriting, Elias identified immediately. Professional training focusing on concrete evidence rather than philosophical implications. Identical to documents recovered from manor study before its collapse. Agatha nodded agreement with this factual assessment while extending gnarled finger to touch the Mandrake specimen with careful respect for its potential properties. New growth, she observed. Perception honed through decades of herbal practice, detecting what ordinary awareness might miss, yet carrying essence of older source. Continuation rather than simple replication. The dual assessment aligned with Iskra's own evaluation. Confirmation that both message and Mandrake represented genuine connection to events they had believed concluded, rather than coincidental similarity or deliberate falsification by unrelated party. The implications required careful consideration beyond immediate reaction based on previous experience and assumption. The ember preserves fire's essence until conditions favor renewed flame. Elias read aloud, focusing on message content rather than its mere authenticity, suggesting some aspects survived that might eventually regenerate more complete presence. The interpretation reflected security perspective that remained valuable component of their complementary partnership. Assessment of potential threat based on demonstrated capabilities rather than hoped-for evolution or assumed limitation. That Silvain, or some aspect of his consciousness, had survived in form, allowing communication and cultivation of new Mandrake specimen, indicated capabilities beyond what they had witnessed during final confrontation in collapsing crypt. Yet note what precedes that statement, Agatha suggested, bringing attention to first portion of the message. Transformation, rather than mere destruction. Direct reference to perspective, Iskra offered during their final exchange. Not rejection, but acknowledgement of alternative understanding. This observation highlighted philosophical dimension, extending beyond immediate security concerns. Possibility that survival mechanism represented not simple preservation of previous identity and purpose, but evolution incorporating new perspective gained through confrontation with alternative understanding. The distinction carried significant implications for how they might approach potential future interactions with whatever aspect had endured beyond the manor's physical destruction. The question becomes whether transformation applies only to method or extends to fundamental purpose as well, Iskra noted, articulating central uncertainty, requiring careful assessment rather than presumptive conclusion. Survival through different means might still serve original goal, or might indicate genuine reconsideration of that goal's validity. The distinction represented crucial difference between potential threat requiring vigilant opposition and possible opportunity for constructive engagement with consciousness that had accumulated centuries of knowledge and experience despite problematic methods employed in its application. That final acknowledgement before the crypt's collapse had suggested openness to perspective previously rejected without examination, possibility that extended existence might incorporate genuine evolution rather than mere tactical adaptation. Regardless of philosophical transformation, practical capabilities remain concerning. Elias pointed out, security assessment maintaining balance against potentially naive optimism. Ability to cultivate new Mandrake specimen carrying distinctive properties, to place it where a specific individual would discover it, suggests significant remaining influence despite physical dissolution. The observation highlighted important practical dimension requiring acknowledgement regardless of philosophical possibilities. Whatever aspect of Silvain had survived possessed sufficient awareness and capability to identify Iskra's movements, to cultivate magical specimen with specific properties, to communicate through written message placed for discovery, rather than broad distribution. These demonstrated abilities indicated potential for further action beyond mere passive existence or abstract contemplation. Yet note what hasn't occurred, Agatha countered, bringing attention to equally significant absence of certain activities. No attempt to re-establish blood sigils throughout village. No compulsion directed toward unwilling participants. No exploitation of boundary points weakened during original working. Actions matter more than words in assessing genuine transformation. This perspective highlighted important evidence supporting possibility of authentic evolution, rather than mere tactical retreat or temporary limitation. That 6 months had passed without detection of harmful activities previously associated with Silvain's methods, suggested restraint beyond what mere strategic calculation would justify, given demonstrated capabilities and historical patterns of behavior. As evening deepened around them, discussion continued, regarding appropriate response to this unexpected development, neither dismissing potential concerns nor allowing them to overshadow balanced life established during months following the ritual's transformation. The Mandrake specimen remained on table between them, its subtle luminescence visible to Iskra's enhanced perception as physical representation of questions they considered regarding continuation, transformation, and potential renewal. We maintain awareness without allowing hypervigilance to dominate daily existence, she suggested eventually, perspective reflecting her own evolution through recent experiences. Acknowledge possibility without presuming either worst or best interpretation until further evidence clarifies actual development. The balanced approach represented neither naive optimism, ignoring demonstrated historical patterns, nor paranoid suspicion, preventing recognition of potential positive evolution. That Silvain, or some aspect of his consciousness, had survived in form, allowing communication and cultivation of new Mandrake specimen represented significant fact, requiring acknowledgement without determining entire future orientation based on single data point. I'll adjust security protocols to include monitoring of locations where boundary influence remains most active, Elias agreed. Professional training providing practical implementation of balanced perspective. Not constant presence, suggesting expectation of immediate threat, but regular observation, allowing detection of significant changes should they develop. Agatha nodded approval of this measured response, her ancient wisdom recognizing value in preparation without preemptive action based on incomplete understanding. And I will consult older texts regarding propagation of magical specimens following dissolution of original source, she added, contribution reflecting her specific expertise and experience. Historical precedents may provide insight regarding potential trajectories and limitations. The collaborative approach demonstrated strength they had developed as complementary partnership, each contributing distinct perspective and capability toward common understanding, rather than individual imposing singular interpretation on complex situation. This balanced methodology represented significant evolution from isolated practitioners pursuing separate purposes that had characterized magical practice throughout region before events surrounding ritual and collapse had catalyzed new relationships and understandings. As practical discussion concluded with specific commitments for monitoring and research activities, conversation gradually shifted toward more immediate concerns of daily village life and upcoming spring festival preparations. The transition represented not dismissal of significant discovery, but healthy integration within broader context that prevented single development from dominating entire existence. Balance that maintained connection to community, providing meaning beyond abstract power or knowledge. Later that evening, as Agatha retired to her sleeping chamber and household activities concluded for the day, Iskra and Elias found themselves alone in the cottage's main room. The Mandrake specimen had been carefully stored in warded container that would contain its magical properties while allowing continued observation and study. Practical precaution reflecting neither fear nor naive acceptance, but appropriate respect for potentially significant artifact. "There's something else," Iskra said quietly. Decision to share additional information flowing from trust, established through months of shared experience and mutual support. "The dreams I've mentioned occasionally, they've become more frequent and specific during recent weeks." Elias turned toward her with full attention, recognizing significance in both content and decision to communicate it now rather than earlier. "Connected to today's discovery?" he asked. Perception honed through months of close association, detecting relationship without requiring explicit confirmation. She nodded, appreciating directness that characterized their communication. Relationship built on mutual respect, that neither demanded unnecessary elaboration nor dismissed significant details requiring proper consideration. Similar imagery, Mandrake symbolism, silver pathways, sense of presence, observing without direct interaction. Not threatening, but persistent enough to suggest meaning beyond random neural activity. The description provided context for her earlier reticence regarding these experiences, uncertainty about their significance, coupled with desire to avoid creating unnecessary concern based on what might have been ordinary processing of extraordinary events. That today's discovery provided external confirmation of elements appearing in these dreams justified sharing previously private experiences that might contribute to collective understanding. "You mentioned silver pathways," Elias noted, focusing on specific element with potential connection to their shared experiences. "Similar to the markings at their height? Or different configuration?" The question demonstrated both attention to detail and recognition of potential significance in specific characteristics, rather than mere general impression. Their complementary perspectives had evolved through months of collaboration, his systematic analysis balancing her intuitive perception to create more comprehensive understanding than either could achieve independently. Similar in general concept, but simplified in specific patterning, she explained, hands tracing shapes in air that approximated what appeared in dream sequences. More like what remains now than what Silvain originally established. Direct connection to source, without elaborate channeling to a predetermined outcome. The distinction carried significance beyond mere aesthetic difference. Fundamental contrast between approaches to magical practice that had formed a central conflict throughout events surrounding ritual and collapse. Silvain's elaborate channels had directed energy according to specific design, regardless of natural flow or individual consent, while simplified patterns that remained after transformation emphasized connection, respecting natural principles and conscious choice. And the observing presence? Elias prompted. Attention moving to element potentially representing most direct connection to today's discovery. Identifiable or more abstract impression? Iskra considered carefully before responding, wanting to provide accurate description without overlaying interpretation that might influence their collective assessment. Not visually distinct enough for certain identification, she acknowledged, maintaining intellectual honesty despite potential implications. Sense of familiarity without specific features. Awareness carrying weight of extended existence rather than ordinary consciousness. The description aligned with what they might expect from aspect of Silvain's consciousness. Surviving physical dissolution. Not complete personality with distinct characteristics, but essential awareness maintaining core identity while lacking full expression of original form. That this presence appeared as observer rather than active participant suggested limitations as well as continuation. Capacity for awareness without necessarily retaining ability to directly influence physical reality beyond carefully prepared circumstances. The timing seems significant, Elias observed, connecting increased frequency of these dreams with discovery of Mandrake specimen and attached message, suggesting preparation for communication rather than coincidental parallel development. The assessment reflected his analytical approach to seemingly disparate information, identifying potential relationships that might reveal intentional pattern rather than random occurrence. If dream content had indeed increased and specified during period leading to physical discovery, this suggested coordinated effort rather than separate phenomena coincidentally aligned. Preparation or simply parallel manifestation of same underlying reality, Iskra suggested, offering alternative interpretation that acknowledged limits of current understanding. The boundary restoration affected all workings violating natural balance, creating conditions where certain energies expressed through multiple channels simultaneously rather than single-directed pathway. This perspective reflected her evolving understanding of magical principles following the ritual's transformation, recognition that energy previously concentrated in elaborate artificial constructions now distributed through natural systems according to inherent patterns rather than imposed design. That both dreams and physical discovery might represent different expressions of same underlying reality. Aligned with this more balanced understanding of how magical influences operated within restored natural order. As night deepened around the cottage, their conversation gradually shifted from analytical assessment to more personal reflection on months following the ritual's transformation. The silver markings visible along Iskra's forearms caught occasional firelight as she described continuing adjustments to their changed properties. Diminished raw power, coupled with enhanced precision and connection to conscious intention rather than external design. "I don't regret the reduction," she acknowledged, perspective that had developed through practical experience rather than abstract philosophy. What remains serves purpose aligned with natural principles rather than overwhelming them through sheer force. The assessment represented significant evolution from earlier ambivalence regarding her transformation. Initial uncertainty about changes Silvain had initiated, giving way to appreciation for balanced connection that remained after ritual's redirection. The silver markings now represented not external imposition, but integrated aspect of her being. Channel connecting conscious intention to source according to natural principles, rather than artificial construction serving predetermined outcome. The village benefits from that balance, Elias noted. Observation based on months, witnessing her interactions with community members seeking assistance with various concerns. Approaching with respect rather than fear, because your abilities enhance rather than dominate natural processes they understand through their own experience. The perspective highlighted important social dimension, extending beyond personal magical practice. Relationship with a broader community that provided context and purpose for abilities that might otherwise become isolated from human concerns, giving them meaning beyond mere power. That villagers now approached willingly with various needs, represented significant evolution from generations of suspicious tolerance that had characterized previous interactions between practitioners and ordinary community members. As conversation continued through quiet evening hours, subtle shift occurred in their physical positioning. Gradual movement from separate chairs to shared bench near hearth, where warmth countered spring night's lingering chill. The transition represented not deliberate decision, but natural evolution of comfort established through months of shared experience and mutual trust. Whatever aspect of Silvain survived, Iskra said eventually, returning to today's significant discovery, with perspective tempered by intervening reflection. It faces choice similar to what we all encounter, whether to impose will upon world or align with natural principles governing existence beyond individual desire or design. The philosophical observation applied not just to specific situation they had discussed, but to fundamental question underlying different approaches to both magical practice and ordinary human activity. The contrast between domination and alignment, between exploitation and respect, between isolation and connection, represented essential distinction that determined whether power served constructive purpose or merely perpetuated cycles of control and resistance. Some choices require centuries to fully manifest, Elias suggested, perspective reflecting his evolving understanding of extended timeframes that characterized certain magical developments. Perhaps what we witnessed in the crypt represented beginning rather than completion of transformation that continues beyond our immediate perception. The possibility offered framework for interpreting today's discovery without presuming either immediate threat requiring aggressive response or complete conversion justifying naive acceptance. That aspect of consciousness spanning centuries might require extended period to fully integrate. New perspective seemed entirely reasonable given magnitude of potential shift from established patterns of thought and behavior, maintained through multiple human lifetimes. As midnight approached, practical considerations regarding next day's responsibilities gradually brought conversation toward conclusion. The Mandrake specimen remained secured in its warded container. Message content recorded for further reference, while original parchment accompanied route in protective storage. Their response balanced appropriate caution with measured assessment, neither dismissing potential significance nor allowing single development to dominate entire existence. Before retiring to separate sleeping chambers that maintained appropriate boundaries within their evolving relationship, moment of connection occurred that represented another step in gradual healing process developing between them. Not dramatic declaration or passionate embrace, but simple gesture, carrying significance through context rather than intensity. Elias's hand briefly covering Iskra's, where silver markings traced delicate pattern along her forearm. "Whatever comes," he said quietly. Statement encompassing both specific situation they had discussed and broader future extending beyond immediate concerns. We face it with clearer understanding than before, of both power's potential and its proper limitations. The perspective echoed what had guided their activities since returning to village after Manna's destruction. Balanced approach to both magical practice and ordinary human interaction that respected natural principles while maintaining connection to community, providing context and purpose. That they now faced unexpected development together, rather than as isolated individuals, represented significant strength against whatever challenges might emerge from discovery, suggesting Silvain's partial survival beyond physical dissolution. "Embers rather than consuming flame," Iskra agreed, referencing both message content and their own transformed relationship to power following rituals' redirection. Carrying essential fire without destroying what gives it meaning beyond mere heat and light. The metaphor applied to multiple aspects of their current situation. Diminished but refined silver markings maintaining connection to source without overwhelming natural processes. Potential aspect of Silvain surviving physical dissolution without retaining complete dominance established through centuries of manipulation, their own evolving partnership providing warmth and illumination without consuming individual identity and purpose that gave it meaningful foundation. As they moved towards separate chambers for night's rest, Iskra cast final glance toward warded container holding the Mandrake specimen and attached message. Her transformed perception detected subtle luminescence emanating from the protected space. Not threatening disruption, but persistent reminder that certain energies continued expressing through multiple channels, despite apparent conclusion of events that had initially established their presence. "Transformation, rather than mere destruction," she murmured, repeating phrase that had appeared in both Silvain's final acknowledgement and today's unexpected message. The concept represented not just philosophical perspective, but practical reality they had witnessed throughout months following rituals' redirection. Energy previously concentrated in elaborate artificial constructions, now distributed through natural systems, according to inherent patterns rather than imposed design. With this balanced understanding guiding her approach to both magical practice and daily life, Iskra retired to chamber that had become her own within Agatha's cottage. The silver markings on her skin maintained subtle glow, visible in darkness, before gradually subsiding to dormant state as conscious awareness transitioned towards sleep. Whatever dreams might come during night hours ahead, whatever further communication might develop through that channel, she would face with clearer understanding of both power's potential and its proper limitations. Perspective that provided foundation for whatever challenges tomorrow might bring. Outside the cottage, spring night continued its quiet progression toward dawn that would bring new day with its opportunities and responsibilities. Throughout Ravnvik, villagers slept peacefully without awareness of significant discovery, suggesting continuation beyond what they had understood as conclusion. The natural cycle maintained its steady rhythm, seasons transitioning according to patterns established long before human consciousness arose to observe and interpret their significance. And somewhere beyond ordinary perception, ember preserved fire's essence, not consuming flame, overwhelming natural order, but persistent spark, maintaining potential for renewal when conditions favored balanced expression rather than dominant imposition. Whether this represented threat requiring vigilant opposition or opportunity for constructive engagement remained uncertain. Question, requiring further evidence before definitive assessment could emerge from initial discovery, suggesting transformation rather than mere destruction had indeed occurred. What remained certain amid this uncertainty was foundation established through months following ritual's redirection. Balanced approach to both magical practice and ordinary human interaction that respected natural principles while maintaining connection to community, providing context and purpose. With this foundation supporting their response to unexpected development, Iskra and her companions could face whatever emerged from embers still glowing amid ashes of what had appeared concluded, but now suggested continuation in transformed rather than merely preserved or destroyed configuration. The silver markings might have diminished in extent and intensity. The raw power available for immediate application might have reduced compared to height of her transformation. Yet, what remained served purpose aligned with natural principles rather than overwhelming them through sheer force. Purified rather than merely diminished, connected through clearer channel, even if that channel carried less volume. Transformation that enhanced essential quality while reducing mere quantity that had temporarily impressed through dramatic display rather than sustainable balance. As spring continued its gradual renewal throughout Ravnvik and surrounding region, this balanced understanding would guide their approach to whatever challenges emerged from discovery, suggesting conclusion they had witnessed represented not ending, but transformation. Ember preserving fire's essence until conditions favored renewed flame, expressing through form, respecting natural order, rather than attempting to overcome or circumvent its fundamental principles.